Hello everyone. I'm cold. I am so cold right now. I am terribly cold. And now it's time to go back to the past. Where we were last time, technically. Technically, we were in the past. Okay, I'm gonna assume that the game is gonna let me investigate all of them. So, let's start in the school building? Okay, this is the school building. Several tall buildings stand before us at a subtle amplitude rather. We started badly with me not being able to read. The whole school is nestled on a hill, and the largest building is no exception. The school building is covered in red tiles that look like plain bricks. Perhaps we're just in time for the end of class, since countless students are walking through the halls, their white uniforms visible through the corridors. There are so many people that it'd be hard to get inside. I wasn't expecting to be able to go inside today. Someone would be watching us the whole time. So this is where that strange theft took place. And here and there. I recall the information I was given and point to two buildings in the southeast. There were signs of theft in the school building and then the chem lab. The chemistry building is the furthest from us. There are students everywhere. How did anyone even have the guts to go in and steal anything? They must have had quite some nerve. That's what makes the whole thing pretty suspicious, isn't it? The chemistry building is mainly used for practical activities and science tutorials. There are usually fewer people there, but there are classes at all times, so there's not much opportunity to sleep inside. At least during the day. Yes, a couple of seniors had an early class and discovered the theft. It's quite possible that it happened during the night. Even if all that damage to the tables and chairs happened overnight, it would have caused a lot of noise, right? Were there any reports from the school building about that? For the school about that? Not that I've seen, at least. Also, it's not likely that somebody punched a couple of holes in the concrete wall just in passing, so we should probably think out of the box here. Right, so do you want to go in tomorrow? Yes, that's the plan. In preparation for the festivities, classes will be dismissed half a day early tomorrow, and there will be fewer people around. So, let's keep that location in mind and look around somewhere else. Okay, where to go next? Might as well go to the sports field. Oh, sorry. I guess it's so cold that I'm getting a little cold. Not a small field. Indeed, it isn't small. Beyond the patches of green, white paint marks each path on the red running tracks. The slide in front of me reminds me of American colleges, but it's even more spectacular. Your country has the nerve to call itself a developing country, but you already have sports fields the size for middle schools. I'll bet you anything that there aren't even 10 senior high schools that reach this standard. Too close and minded, I'll bet you there are 5. Football field, basketball court, badminton court, I heard they even have a beach volleyball court, but I can't see it from here. At this point, that doesn't even surprise me anymore. Hey, is that the problem they were talking about? I think that's it. There are 3 tennis courts near the foot of the hill, however, unlike everywhere else, there are no students around. The area around the field is quiet and the entrance is closed. The school must have recently sealed off the entire site. It isn't surprising, half of one of 3 beaches is occupied by a pothole. At the moment, they're saying it must have been some kind of landslide, but as you can see from the mountainous terrain here, even if a rock rolled down from above, it wouldn't create that kind of crater on the ground. It would be more realistic to attribute this to a meteorite or an aerial bomb. It doesn't really matter, the students will get suspicious either way. Hey, it looks like something's flashing down there. It's a simple crater. Well, crater. Crater, potato, potato. There's no way a meteorite could hit the ground quietly, but no one had anything of the sort on the day of the incident. I don't think the average meteorite crater would be this deep. I mean, depends on the meteorite, really. We can't see much from here, so should we go over there and take a look? Forget it, and that would be too suspicious. 4 people checking out a forbidden area of the grounds. It probably won't take more than 5 minutes before somebody notices that something's wrong. Alright, you're the boss. Okay, where to go next? Library. We really should have come a little later, shouldn't we? It's so difficult to get anywhere right now. Library is no exception. The students here seem to be more interested in books than the school kids I remember, and groups of students going in and out of this quaint-looking building. A place in which books are stored has an inherently ritualistic feel to it. It is quiet, with tall windows, and the surrounding trees circle the building as if it were a secret realm of knowledge. I wasn't joking when I said university-level resources were invested, and these 6,000 square meters of space are proof of that. By the way, I'd love to borrow a book about the school's history. Is there any way I could? I don't suppose I'd lend it to people who don't attend. If you'd mentioned it earlier, our client must have had a solution. What would you be looking for exactly? Just a little more information. Manager, you also said that this whole situation can be explained with common sense, right? They must have tried everything they could think of before they went to the trouble to find us. In other words, there's no harm in thinking out of the box. You mentioned on the way that some of the alumni donated items to the school. I'm kind of curious to see if there just happens to be something out of the ordinary in there. Like an ancient book that summons strange creatures, the kind that can pierce your hand. You know, if you simply don't talk then, no one will take you for a dumbass. And where do you hear about that stuff? It was just a joke. It won't be funny if it turns out to be true. I didn't think you believed in that sort of stuff, Neko, but you won't find those kinds of records in the library anyway. Huh? Why? All donated materials are in the historical library, not here. This library is basically open to all students, and they wouldn't want to be showing that kind of stuff to school kids, right? True. The history building is a little difficult to reach, so I'd like to take a look at all of the other places before we go there. Alright. Okay, where to go next? Mountainside path. Bloodstains? I see what? I see stains of what appears to be blood. It takes us some time to find the clearing our client was talking about. It's right behind one of the warehouses that was used when the school was being built. All manner of bushes and shrubs have been planted, probably to keep the rain from washing down too much dirt. Most of it is cast into shadow. There aren't any more buildings in the vicinity that are related to teaching activities. There's a storage room filled mainly with broken chairs and desks. Apart from faculty and staff, nobody would have any reason to hang around this place. Although the site has been cleared, faint patches of dark red are still visible on the concrete and the mountainside. What do you mean faint? This ain't faint. Wow, seriously? Looks a well-carried dog was hit here, poor thing. You're right, manager, the only vehicle that could get through here would be a motorcycle. It takes a large step to measure the width of the road. Well, you couldn't crush an animal like that with a motorcycle, could you? Cars are bad enough. I've seen little creatures cross the road and... Listen, Neko, can we not talk about that, please? Oh, are you afraid of that kind of thing, Scarlet? Stop it, it just sounds so disgusting. Oh, you know, unless someone has nothing better to do than come here and hit wildcats for fun, the cause of this mess is quite weird, when you look so pale. I think I've already said why. That argument is a bit too much even for me. And you call me a cat at least once a day. And can you identify these traces? Let me see. As you said that it's blood, yes, and there seems to be some hair stuck to it. This length, it doesn't quite look like it could have come from a dog. There's too little left for me to draw any more conclusions. Wait, let me take another look. He's almost lying flat on his stomach, scrutinizing the blood stain. Some of the hair is so bent that the bodies might have been dragged away after the blood had dried somewhere already. How should I put this? It's like when you press something hard against the ground and simultaneously pull it to the side. Please don't upset my stomach again, you dummy. It's just making me curious about what state the bodies were in when the school recovered them. Where did they take them? Dan doesn't say anything, but points towards the mountain. At the mountain, that's no good. Can we go up there and see? The back of the mountain is usually pretty much sealed off. Can you see that wire fence in front of those trees up there? Is it because of the temple? Good memory. I think that must be it. Besides, it'd be too dangerous to have unsuspecting people wandering into the woods. I wish we were unsuspecting people ourselves. We won't be, at least not for now. If it becomes necessary, we'll slip past the guards. You just announced that you might commit a crime without even changing your expression. You really are a tough guy at heart, manager. From what you're saying, we'll either have to face an opponent who weighs over half a ton, or a dangerous psychopath. Either way, we mustn't act rashly. Makes sense. Should we inform the school? The school probably knows more about it than we do, and I'd like a chance to ask what it's like around here on a regular basis. Maybe get some insights. Then let's go and check out some other areas. Yeah, where should we go next? Well, the only place that is left. We've seen almost everything, right? Yeah, my feet are starting to hurt. Come on, should I carry you? No, no need. What are you grinning about? But it's true, we've searched half the school without even realizing it. About 900 acres. Even though it was just a walk, it was exhausting enough. We checked out more than half the area, haven't we? That's over 400 acres. I think it'd be better not to keep track. Let's go back to the history building again. Scarlet, weren't you looking for some information? Better to have seen it than rely on guesswork. Let's go. We actually might be better off guessing what's inside. The history building wasn't hard to find. It takes up a corner of the grounds, connected by 3 or 4 little roads. It's quite a show-off. However, the interior of the tall building in front of us is a different story. Whoa, is this a school building or a bank vault? This is just too much. Have you seen about a bank vault surrounded by tape? You might have something far abroad. Well, that's not the point. Even if there's a really precious item collection in there, this isn't normal. More than a dozen security guards are standing in front of the door as if they were on the verge of an attack, and every one of them is armed. The weather is stiflingly hot, but they're still armed to the teeth. No normal museum would ever receive this kind of treatment, and a few students are pointing and keeping their distance. You know, all I heard was that something went missing from the school. I didn't know it was Arsène Lupin who stole them. And asked me. Our client didn't say anything about this. We gotten ourselves into another one of those situations, haven't we? Doesn't look like there's another way in. The more questions you ask, the less of them I can answer. Should we try to get closer? No, let's not poke the hornet's nest. Dan throws his hands up in the air in defeat. Calm down, those guys are just doing their duty. Then I suddenly hear a steady voice beside me. Ah, the principal. I didn't know you were here. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared next to us, accompanied by a female student. His expression is serious. He is dressed in a formal suit, the inside of his shirt barely hidden and drenched in sweat. The girl next to him looks tired. Are these the helpers you mentioned? They might prefer to be called companions. I guess you don't take age into account in this line of work, do you? His gaze lingers on Dan and Scarlet for a moment before it moves on to a silent echo. I'll try to find a place for her to go to school at when she's done with her work on this job, so don't start talking about child labor. If you like, you could consider attending our sim school, just call me Neko. Neko? I mean, our school would be a great place to further your education. Think about it. After all, I am very grateful that you got involved in all of this. Please give me the opportunity to repay you for your efforts. Neko is frozen in place, her eyes wide, clearly at a loss for words. She probably isn't used to such kindness, even if it's basically a fair trade. You better not regret that offer. You probably don't want a kid who can wander around your school servers like she would her own backyard to stay here for 3 to 5 years. Well, you just need to lead talent into the right direction. He starts laughing loudly, revealing his confidence as an educator once again. We'll talk some more later. Even if it's a favor, it won't count until we finish the mission, right? The principal's smiles becomes a little more genuine. Speaking of getting things done, you seem to have raised the bar when it comes to security around this history building. Could you tell us why that is? After all, we're going to, while I'm trying to get some more information from our client, I suddenly realized that there's a stranger present. It's okay, she's the student president and she's very reliable. I was just about to explain the situation to her and have her show you around the place. As you know, this year's 80th anniversary celebration is even bigger than usual, and I simply can't spare the time. Wait, I need to blow my nose. Okay, I'm better. Thank God that I can just mute my mic. I nod understandingly and turn to the girl who is standing next to the principal. In that case, I'm going to direct all of my questions to you. What's your name? Quinn, and I'm happy to help. The student president shakes my hand politely. Dan, who is watching us from the sidelines, suddenly starts shaking with laughter. You seem to be a pretty lucky guy, manager. What's your secret? Idiot, you realize there's a time and place for cracking jokes, and this isn't one of them. No harm done, but time is of the essence, so I'd like to answer your questions quickly. The principal suddenly regains his composure and takes a step closer. Caught up in the sudden change in atmosphere, everybody huddles together closer together. Shortly after entrusting you with this difficult task, we had another case of items going missing. That's really... Allow me to make a reasonable assumption here. That's why you stationed so many security guards at the history building. That's correct, ma'am. This time the theft occurred in the history building. That's a pretty big issue, isn't it? There are some really valuable items in there, right? Pretty big issue pretty much covers it, but please keep it confidential for the time being. The middle-aged man smiles grimly, and I now have an inkling as to why the two of them are so mentally exhausted at this point. The item that went missing is an archaeological artifact of national importance, a true treasure. When it's done, Quinn is wearing an embarrassed expression. This isn't something that is easily admitted after all. We immediately investigated the surveillance video, but as you know, we already asked you for your help long before that. I'm guessing that must have had a rather unusual reason. It was the only thing that was plucked out of its glass container, which is probably a blessing in disguise, but this artifact was supposed to be on display at the festival the day after tomorrow, so it really is the worst case scenario. That's not good. Can we get a closer look? Sorry, maybe not today. In addition to the glass container, the air conditioning in the showroom is messed up. We've just had experts come in today to overhaul it. If we don't restore a consistent temperature again soon, we'll run into major problems with several of the older exhibition pieces. So that's why it's so warm in there. That's one hell of a storage condition. We already have the best possible security surveillance in the history building. Who could have ever seen this coming? The only thing left to do now is to try and solve the most critical situation first. They're estimating that they'll be able to fix the entire system today, but there may be some delays. Could you possibly come back here tomorrow to have a look around? I mean, it's not like we have a choice. I understand. There's no way around it then. We still have to deal with several heads of department who would like to inquire about the crime. Please excuse me. I don't think it's a good idea to use a phrase like inquire about the crime in case someone hears you. I can't help but smile bitterly. You've had a lot of bad luck recently, but the more you get used to it, the calmer you'll be. Ignoring Dan's rude comment, the principal wipes his brow again, then takes his leave. The student council follows suit. Whoa, they're really something. Scarlet and Neko elbow down in the ribs at the same time. So that's what's going on. No wonder there's such a crowd around here. New variables have suddenly been added to the situation, and I can't help but worry whether we're prepared enough for tomorrow's investigation. Oh. I'm so sleepy. How about it? Should we retreat? No, it's not time yet for that yet. It's better not to give up on commissions you've already accepted, and I don't think it's as simple as that. Standing around here won't get us anywhere. We can talk about this whole thing some more when we get back. I let out a long sigh and followed the crowd towards the school gates. Today was really exhausting. After dinner, Deco instantly lets herself off onto the sofa. For some reason, Jasmine doesn't seem to like her new friend and keeps pulling at her hair. Within a few seconds, the two have started a fight on the sofa. It must be nice to be young. God, my shoulders are sore. You want me to give you a massage? Shut up. You're boring. It seems like Scarlet and Dan have suddenly become unusually familiar with each other, but I have no reason to ask them about their private matters. After all this time investigating these things together, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened between the two of them, I guess. Really, manager? You're just gonna... Okay. He's just gonna assume that they're fucking. The awareness of my own thoughts is making me more confused. In an attempt to get them out of my head, I sit down on a small sofa and pull out my laptop to organize my schedule for the next day. I accidentally hit my mic. Oopsie. This is an illusion, or did you actually make a list of 3 days worth of workload that we didn't have time for today? Nico's head appears next to me, her expression becoming even more desperate. I know there's no way around it, but this might actually kill someone. There's really nothing we can do about it. Also, we don't have 3 days because students don't get off school until early tomorrow afternoon, so we only have half a day available at full capacity. That's even more of a problem. Let me see. Scarlet takes my notebook and sits down on the sofa's armrest. Check the state of the playground and the school's history building. This really has no one. Has to wait until the place is emptier. Go to the school building and ask the students for information about who could have done it. That shouldn't be a problem. That girl named Queen probably knows more. We should ask her some questions. Exactly, then onto the mountain to confirm the situation. Well, that's fine, even though I don't know what you want to confirm exactly. Check the condition of the fence, and if possible, talk to a nearby janitor or something. I know it's a little hard to strike up a conversation, but I'm really worried about those traces in the area. It is pretty much a pile of shit. Please stop using that word. Half a day should be more than enough for that, so what's the plan? Neko acts very mature and shuts the other down mid-sentence. I think it would be best to split up so we can cover more ground. We don't want someone to get overworked just by checking out a couple locations. I agree. Neko, could you take over Neko, could you take over the playground? The simplest job. Fine. Then I'll go find Queen and ask her to take me to meet her classmates. Play to your advantage, right? I hope the two of you together don't get the boys too excited. Shall we swap? I'm not sure I can deal with kids that age. I think I'd be better suited to checking out the history building. That leaves me with the warehouse. Dan rubs his forehead, making him look like he doesn't quite know what to do with himself. A sudden thought pops in my mind. Maybe it's just the exhaustion from all the work we've been doing. Act like a foreigner. Just go over there and have a look around and pretend you don't know anything if someone asks. That should give us a better chance of pulling this off, right? You're right, but I don't have to pretend to be a foreigner. I am one. Yes, please practice your Spanish accent some more. That's easier said than done. He's supposed to be Spaniard? Even if we split up, this is still a lot of work. What else can we do? Get Jasmine to help us out? Forget it, those suits for child labor. I'll sue you for differential treatment first. So be it. Take this one step at a time. There's no use in guessing blindly. Since they've hired us to catch the culprit who stole those artifacts, we need to analyze the situation properly. I indicate that the conversation has come to an end and prepare to return to my room. Oversensitive nerves won't help the investigation. Everyone seems to be in a strange mood today. I guess I just need some time to adjust. Jeez, other than that, I think grabbing a shower is the most useful thing you guys can do right now. Hi! We're 3D wall. This will not be the end of it. He no longer remembers exactly how many places he has been to. Hot and cold, frost and hail. The scenery around it is always changing. It never stays attached to anything, nor does it ever have any impression of where it is. Maybe it simply doesn't care. From the moment it possessed consciousness, it was never blocked by any world, so it was destined to be a mere passerby in all places. But even so, there is something it wants. This will not be the end of it. But listening to that voice and hanging around for a while longer isn't so bad. The detective moves closer to his target. More than half an hour ago, the last bell rang for dismissal. Just as expected, Tora Memorial High School announced the end of all classes after lunch. By now, there are only a handful of people on the playground who are packing up the last of their things. Although this body has caused him a mountain of trouble, at least it's very inconspicuous. If he were his 20-something-year-old self, he wouldn't have been able to approach so easily. The trick isn't really much of a trick at all. As long as he acts as if he knows nothing and doesn't do anything rash, nobody will meddle with a kid. It's an exclusive privilege of this age. If you're too young, people will be concerned. If you're too old, you'll have lost the right to fool around too much. A young, tousled-haired kid will mostly be avoided. To be fair, even if they often bicker with each other, Justin doesn't dislike Neko. She's just not very good at showing concern and a little too good at solving problems her own way. But that doesn't change the fact that Neko is more adept at mixing with the crowd, and it seems to him like the precocious girl who once wandered the streets employs these techniques as easily as breathing, which makes him wonder more and more what the girl has been through. Orphanage. The store manager mentioned that word, and Justin can more or less guess where that store might go, but even though he's curious, his gentleman's heart won't allow the detective to go straight to Neko and ask for the truth. There is no way for the detective to stop the tragedy from unfolding, only to get it over with as quickly as possible. Never mind, it's business as usual. The true extent of the damage to the tennis courts can only be examined up close, and the term ground collapse is so confusing that it masks most of the danger. He's seen real craters in photos, and they resemble the pits made by artillery shells, mostly in the shape of a shallow bowl. The shockwave would lift up the nearby soil, and its size was determined by the intensity of the impact. But the trail of destruction before him is entirely different. The hole in the ground is almost perfectly round. The collapsed side walls look like candlesticks that have been burning for a long time, melted away. Touched by a hot iron ball would be a more fitting description than hit by a stone that caused a pothole. The characteristics are completely different. He doesn't know if the school already sent someone to clean up this mess up a little, or if the pit is in its original state. Justin can't find so much as a single piece of debris around the place. The scene is so clean that it's frightening. Even though everything is made of concrete, a destruction like this would never have been so orderly. What's more, there's no trace of a culprit or even just a single piece of debris. Looking at the slope of the nearby mountains, a landslide could have caused this, while a meteorite would have broken apart. It's no wonder that the school's first reaction before rebuilding its course was to conduct an investigation. In the darkness with a little fog, this scene might look like something out of a science fiction movie. He thought he wasn't here to recover some items or clues lying around at the scene, but this is a completely different story. The detective wants to sigh in disbelief. I should have looked around anyway. The more often things like this happen, the more you have to keep your eyes and ears open. Even a person who's only had one bad experience learns from that. Taking his eyes off of the pit, Justin begins his examination of the surroundings. Doesn't seem to be broken. It hasn't come loose, the fence is intact, the wire is straight, and the dirt on Justin's fingers proves that this faithful fence has been here for a long time. A tennis ball is actually embedded in the fence near the side of the hill, and there are no serious signs of damage anywhere. At most it's bended a little. The place doesn't look as if it took any damage or as if some external force was at work here. The impact that caused the damage of the field might have been an isolated incident. It must have hit very precisely, leaving the rest of the site unscathed, as if someone put up these fences around the pit after the fact. If the fence is okay, then the grounds around the pit should be checked again. He pokes at the ground in front of him. The school has laid down a plastic cover about 5 centimeters thick across the field, which is pretty sturdy and might have absorbed some of the impact. Justin bends down low to get his eyes level with the ground, which is easier than he thought it would be. Neko's constant jumping up and down must have built up some muscle. From the side it looks like the plastic cover is bulging a little around the butthole. The ground at the edge of the pit is cracked like dry skin. And along the pit's walls there are gaps of up to 10 centimeters. Oh, that's a lot. This may be due to the fact that different materials heated up unevenly. The plastic material, which expanded through the heat and re-hardened as it cooled, and the more solid concrete floor beneath it that couldn't keep up. In the end, it crumpled into something like a raised shell. The same problem occurred in the home of one of the detective's friends. The man was showing off his new underfloor heating. In that case, it isn't hard to explain why the ground smelled smoked. He almost didn't notice this at first because of the smell of the runway baking under the midnight sun. The situation is somewhat paradoxical. The sheer heat should have changed the plastic much more. It might not seem that important compared to a huge pothole in the ground, but these cars have experienced some pretty weird temperature changes. Oh god, my nose. Wait a second, I need to move my nose again. Oh bye, I'm definitely getting a cold. He'd better figure out a way to get in there. The wire fence is pretty high in order to prevent tennis balls from flying off the court. Even if the body is quite light, he wouldn't dare climb up there unsupported. In that case, all that's left is to hope that Neko keep up her good habits. Sorry about this, but please don't let me down. Justin fumbles around in his pockets in the hopes of finding something that might help. Neko often pulls various odd devices out of thin air, and she obviously doesn't have any actual superpowers. Here we go. A couple of metal pins and knickknacks are tucked away in the lining of the jacket. A fairly professional lockpicking tool, if he remembers correctly. Why didn't Neko use them when they were investigating that rooftop in the Cagney neighborhood? A hint of doubt surges through Justin's mind, but he quickly pushes it aside. Ignoring the blocking tape wrap around everything, Justin steps towards the small door in the fence and tries to pry it open. Huh? The tool seems to be stuck in some kind of mud, and no matter how hard he turns it left and right, it doesn't feel like it's touching metal. The keyhole isn't stuffed with gum, is it? He mutters to himself as he kneels down, trying to peer inside the keyhole. It isn't gum. The dull greenish material is squeezed into the hole like a sponge. I feel like the stalks are protruding from it. It's as if the detective didn't just insert the key, but the greenish flesh of some creature instead. Mushrooms? Moss? How did this happen? He doesn't understand how the keyhole can be filled with tiny plants and fungi already when the area was only just blocked off half a week ago. Even if someone filled it with fertile soil, it wouldn't have grown over this quickly. What's more, there isn't enough room inside the keyhole for such an operation, and plants are growing like crazy as if they simply appear out of nowhere. As he looks more closely, he spots two vines wrapped around the chain by the door. They are green, as dense as a rice crop. From further away, it might look like as if they were infested with aphids. Something isn't right here, and the detective feels a slight chill go down his spine. In this state, it wouldn't be possible to open the door even if he had a key. Justin takes out two thinner metal pins from his pocket, intending to poke the fungus and moss out of the keyhole bit by bit. However, things rarely go as planned. Another power outage, and at the worst possible moment. The school's electrical system really is fragile. For some reason, Justin's heart is beating a frantic rhythm against his chest. The detective didn't have anything to do with the power outage. It feels like something is gripping his heart. He can't even continue working on the door in front of him right now. What the hell is this? The trouble doesn't stop there. Hey, what up, man? Huh? Unexpected voices ring out behind him. How come things never go smoothly? So that's why you had to leave the class early. That's right. On the one hand, we want students to get involved, have a sense of commitment towards the school. On the other hand, the event is meant for the students to participate in as well. The headmaster has always wanted to make one thing about this school very clear. It fosters silence and produces truly well-rounded people. That's a great speech. Anyway, it's rare for a student to have a chance to breathe, so they're taking this opportunity. I don't think it would be right to get them involved in this. Oh, I don't have a problem with that. It's easy for us to move around with fewer people here. I'm glad you understand. Ultimately, I know it's our responsibility. The fact that the principal is involved means that this wasn't a common crime. No one wanted this to happen, and you're not going to have to take the blame for it. The student president sighs, a slight grin on her face, and points forward. Cecile has goosebumps. She's always been cautiously polite to her peers, but speaking to strangers made her practically tongue-tied. She's so nervous her voice basically trembles. Even though things had calmed down in the elite art club, Cecile is still used to sitting at the side of the classroom by herself. As long as everyone gets along well, that's enough for her. When Zack still went to school, he would often look for her in class and joke around. Now that she thinks about it, this boy, so tough on the outside but kind on the inside, was trying to help her out. Unfortunately, she didn't realize it at the time. She'll need to thank him properly sometime, but that will have to wait until she's back in her own body. Then do the job at hand first. Cecile tries to recall the impression Scarlett left on her, trying to figure out a more business-like way of speaking in her mind. The job manager often jokingly calls Scarlett a litigator, and Echo likes to refer to her as a big sister, and both of them criticize her lifestyle a lot. From her cat's point of view, the lawyer's house must be a messy, man-made disaster, making the cat despair. However, she also remembers the lawyer bringing in thick piles of documents and being deep in thought during conversations with the store manager. Relying on a broad network of personal and professional connections, Scarlett is very reliable. The contrast between these two images makes things difficult for Cecile, but the good thing is that Queen and Scarlett didn't know each other before, and with the way things are, she has no choice but to continue her act. I heard something else from the professor as well. The student discovered the vandalism in the classroom early in the morning, right? That's right, our building opens early for people who want to study before morning classes. How early are we talking? 6 a.m., sophomore class on this floor. Most students follow a normal routine though. You could have skipped that last part of the sentence. I mean, I don't trust like that, so I think she's saying it on purpose to appear normal and they're actually being overworked because that feels more realistic to me, but sure. What exactly was vandalized? Tables and chairs appear to have been destroyed at the scene. Are they still in the classroom? The tables and chairs have been removed to be repaired. They're badly damaged and currently unusable. However, I haven't been in there either, and I don't know any further details. It would be best to ask the class who first noticed what happened. Queen pushes open the classroom door. The lights seem to be switched off, but the sound of frantic footsteps soon approaches. Is it the president? The small male student pokes his head out of the classroom door. He must have deliberately stayed out late after school. Why do you turn on the lights? Reading in the dark isn't good for your eyes. The plug has been pulled out on the whole building. No lights is okay, but no ventilation is kinda killing me. I'm sorry, I didn't know that would still be a problem. Hey, do you need to talk to Wong? If you didn't even know about this, maybe it's not too big of an issue. Right, I'll go down and ask Wong what's going on. Queen frowns, showing her temples. Her expression doesn't change as she quickly leaves the classroom. Wong was the janitor in charge of the building. Judging by the way she reacted, Queen must be pretty used to dealing with practical matters such as this. When Cecile was growing up, her impression of students from schools like this one was very different. However, it's always a good idea to finish your task before leaving to handle another one. This boy's flamboyant appearance reminds Cecile of Zack and Justin, even his subtle impudence is similar to theirs. Sorry, she's always a bit careless with her work. The boy is wearing a green. He's probably seen this seemingly calm student president make a mistake more than once. It's okay, I just wish she had told you what she was asking you to stay for. Of course, the class has been on edge lately because of this whole thing, and it's hard to even stay focused enough to study. We're really glad that the school asked you to come, asked you to help us with the investigation. The information gap makes Cecile a bit uncomfortable, but she decides to push on. These days, students have to deal with a lot of pressure. As an adult, I want to do my best to help out. Can you please explain to me what happened? There's been talk of someone stealing something, but I think it isn't that simple. Yeah, right, our school is huge. Security measures have always been very good. I've never heard about a theft around here before. Last Friday, I came to the school building around 6:20 a.m. to get ready for my morning studies, as usual. You must be a hard worker. I've been getting up early to get used to it, and the school turns the light on for us, so it's no problem. The sun was coming up and the hallway was quiet. I was making my way to the classroom when I heard footsteps. Making my way to the classroom. At first, I thought it was another student who came here for some early morning studying, but I soon realized that the sound was coming from somewhere else. Also, it didn't sound like ordinary footsteps. What do you mean when you say not ordinary? We usually wear sneakers at school. The rubber soles are hard, but it makes a clear sound when you step on the floor. You also close the floor, making a muffled thudding sound with every step. But the footsteps I heard were softer, like a patter, and had a different frequency than if you're walking normally. If I were to take a wild guess, I'd say it sounded like a person with big feet running around in circles. As if they were walking barefoot. Exactly. The noise was actually pretty loud, and I don't think you normally hear the sound of someone walking barefoot all across the classroom. It was then that I heard the sound of desks and chairs being moved around, which was even more unusual. I was starting to get a little worried that some kind of animal had broken in. After all, we have a mountain in the backyard. I would have had to be a rather large animal too. Yeah, so I decided to sneak over and open the door to see what was going on. I approached the door slowly and quietly, trying to open it just a crack. After all, if there was some really vicious animal in there, I didn't want to put myself in danger. A wise move. I didn't get far. The moment I opened the door, a bright light suddenly exploded in the classroom, along with a very sharp scraping sound that nearly made my ears fall off. What happened then? I don't know, but there seemed to be a very tall shadow standing in the bright light, but I couldn't really see much, so maybe I just imagining it. It was a flash grenade. It was a flash grenade it was as if a flash grenade had been thrown in my direction. I was so dizzy that I couldn't do anything but crouch down on the floor. When I regained consciousness, the figure had vanished. Along with certain objects in the classroom. Yes, several desks had huge holes in them, and the trophies the class had won in competitions were missing. But there can't have been such an outcry just because some trophies were stolen. The whole place looked so strange after the burglary. Oh, strange in what way? What's up? You're suddenly so quiet. Sorry, I'm just a bit clueless. The boy hesitates as if he were worried about something. As much as I like to know the truth, there are some things that might just make things worse if I tell people who can't deal with them properly. I'm not trying to disrespect or underestimate your expertise, but I'm not sure the school is actually getting help from the right experts. If you can get a handle on the situation, I'm afraid you'll... He lowers his head, looking as if an internal battle is raging in his mind. He seems to be a very cautious person, but also kind. Looking at his hesitant appearance, Cecile almost feels like laughing. Even at a time like this, the fact that you're worried about me getting involved shows that you're a responsible kid, so thank you. She uses her gentle tone of voice as she smiles and pats the boy on the shoulder. But don't worry, I've dealt with more than a few humans in my professional studies. I think you know what I mean when I put it like that, don't you? Have a little faith in your school. They understand the importance of prioritizing that's why they invited me here. At least my experience can be put to better use than your assumptions. Exposing mysteries requires expertise. They don't teach you that at school. A guy who is scared off by the sound of a door opening is far better than an indeterminate monster that lingers in corners or stalks people. Well, actually, it's hard to explain in so many words. I'd rather show you the photo. Ah, you should have said that there's a photo from the get-go. I don't really want anyone to find out that I'd secretly taken a photo, I'd secretly taken a picture of the scene. Even less so that they called after they called the teachers who warned us not to spread the news. He scans the hallway outside before removing a cell phone from his pocket. If you came all the way to investigate, I guess I shouldn't hide it from you anymore. There's something strange about this guy's attitude. It seems as if he doesn't trust anyone. Cecile makes a mental note about this and picks the phone to check the photo he took in secret. What? This is... Huh. A power outage. A sudden darkness engulfs everything. Before my pupils could adjust to it, the light comes on again and almost blinds me. There's a buzzing sound, and it appears that the emergency generator has kicked in, re-energizing the entire building. Everything's fine. There's enough reserve power to last us the entire day without having to worry about the artifacts. Talking about security measures right now isn't very convincing. This should be considered an unprecedented condition. The man clears his throat a little awkwardly, trying to make light of the situation. Because of the amount of construction in the past and being so close to the mountains, our school's power grid has always had some issues. Like slow loading times or something. We're not the only school with technical problems, but it's hard to tell what exactly is going on because there wasn't much there to begin with. The whole power grid across several regions is a mess. It's a huge headache when something goes wrong. No matter how well it seems to be working downstream of where the canal was built, the issues are more or less upstream. We just have to deal with it. Sounds difficult. The wiring is even worse due to the recent installation of large antennas from the local observatory they are planning to build. They're moving a lot of equipment around. Objectively speaking, the emergency response was very quick and proved that this history building is indeed able to withstand unexpected situation. If they also have a UPS power supply, it's unlikely that surveillance would be interrupted for even a second. In spite of such tight security, someone was able to steal an artifact. It really does sound like there had to be some legendary thief. I can't help but start to wonder if Dan actually hit the nail on the head here. A true relic has gone missing from his class display case in the center of the room. It doesn't take long to come to that conclusion. The perpetrator's methods were pretty aggressive, so it would have been hard to miss. The entire cabin is missing at least a quarter of its glass, as if a piece of it was erased by a computer graphics software. At least the principal was quick to act and bring in investigators. The inside of the glass case is a mess. The experts brought in by the school should have rearranged it, but the fleece used for padding isn't pressed down properly along with the edges, and there are plenty of creases left from the hermitage preparations. That's a weird way of cutting the glass, though. Oh wait, that's the bell. Like in one of the glass cases, it's the bell that we got from the strange man. Like, that's a weird way of cutting your glass to be able to take something from it. No other artifacts apart from the one in this case are missing or were destroyed. It doesn't look as if the culprit restrained himself. There's no further damage apart from that. Let's just say we got lucky. If that's the case, there should be some traces like fingerprints, right? Some checks were done overnight yesterday and there were no fingerprints. A couple things were discovered, but strangely enough, they still haven't figured out who left them behind. Did you say a couple things? Yes, it's all a mystery except for some hair that doesn't look like it came from a human. That poses a bit of a problem. The samples have been sent away for further testing. The principal told me that you are an expert in these types of cases. Do you need to contact the investigation department to have them send samples back? Even if they send them back, they wouldn't make it in time. Just ask them to take the pictures and send it to me. Ah, hey, whoa, pit. Tired baby. I'm more curious about something else. Did the intruder mess up the air conditioning system? Yes, you see, there it is. He points at the ceiling above us where construction must have been done recently. They haven't had the time to paint over it or even to remove the ladder. We don't understand how he did it either. That thing is buried in the ceiling and looks just like a central air vent, so even if they wanted to get rid of the surveillance cameras, why would they go here? Maybe they weren't trying to get rid of the surveillance cameras as a result of their actions. You had to prioritize repairing the system in order to protect the remaining artifacts and put the investigation of the scene on hold. The examination is super chill. Ah, I'm glad too. It's good to hear that they're chill. Many people know about the condition of this equipment. I was wondering if I could narrow down the suspect list. We only have 2 engineers in charge of maintenance of the equipment in this building. We even need them to supervise something as simple as the cleaning. Why can't we today? Something as simple as cleaning the equipment. They have the master keys to the monitoring room and the switchboard, and there's no way anyone else could open the door to the basement. One of them is currently out of town, and the other was in a meeting with some professors who visited that night, so he couldn't have been there. In other words, the 2 of them are impossible suspects. Apparently. I'm not sure. At the end of the day, we're just co-workers, so we don't really know each other. Since we don't know what was going on in the culprit's head, let's see if we can find anything else at the scene. Feel free to have a look around, but please don't open the glass cases if you can avoid it. It might be necessary to check those too. I straighten the plastic shoe covers over my feet and step onto the scene. What should I check up first? Well, inflate the glass cases? That's such a weird way of, like, to cut any display case. Like, it's deeply unnatural if you're trying to steal something. I approach the damaged central display case and carefully scan the trail of destruction. The entire cabinet is about the size of a dining table and contains 4 displays. A glass cabinet about 1 centimeter thick covers each of the exhibits. There aren't any gaps that could be pried open. The normal method of retrieving something would be to unlock the cabinets from below and lower the entire bottom plate. The cabinet has an unusual solid structure, sunk deeply into the surrounding carpet. It would be near to impossible to lift the entire glass cover from above, and the immense weight would prevent all sorts of accidents from affecting the exhibits inside. However, all this painstaking effort eventually went to waste. The culprit forced it open directly from the front, as if deliberately trying to humiliate whoever made such an effort. As I tap on the glass, a thick thud sounds a little aggravating. It took a lot of work to customize this tempered glass cover in the first place, but I never thought it would end up this way. Wait, did you say tempered glass? Yes, the price of a cover of this size and thickness is outrageous. I touch the neat, smooth cabinet cover once again. It stretches out like a work of art beneath my fingers. There isn't even a hint of stubble or debris at the edges. Even without mentioning the price, this isn't normal. Tempered glass cannot be cut again after it has been toughened, otherwise it would shatter. This is a safety measure to avoid dangerous splinters and is the source of the self-destruct problem that has always been a headache for users. If there were a way to delicately cut an entire reach of the glass and still keep it intact as a whole, production companies around the world would be moved to tears. And where the heck did the part that was cut off go? Glass like this weighs around 2.5 kilograms per square meter, so the weight of such a piece would have been considerable, to say the least. Stealing something and carrying around such a heavy piece of glass isn't something just anyone could put off. That much cabinet doesn't give me any more information than that. I make a mental note of my conclusion. Okay. Check the perimeter for marks on the floor. Feet. Just feet. Looking around, I spot a number of small pieces of paper stuck to the cabinets and floor. After taking a closer look, I discovered that each piece of paper has a different number on it. Around each piece of paper, several circles made of chalk or maybe marker can be seen. The circles are as big as my head. Are these handprints? And footprints, if those are really are footprints. I found quite a few of these marks, and it looks like they turned around between cabinets several times. Looks like the police investigation this morning was quite efficient and saved me a lot of work. That's so weird though, coming in like shoeless? There's something weird here. However, only the footprints left on the floor were clear, and we weren't able to collect prints from the top of the glass because... no need to explain that. Although there are vague white marks all over the place, unlike normal palm prints, these have quite a few scratches on them, making it almost impossible to identify the lines. It's possible that exuberant body hair could have caused it, but at this level only Chewbacca could have done the job. I crouched down near one of the footprints and roughly measured its length and width with both hands. That's not... the proportions are bizarre. The front and heel are unusually broad, and the spacing between the two is enormous. A human couldn't have a footprint like that, and neither could an ape. And if those are its toes, it isn't like a primate at all. The marks left on the cabinets differ from the shapes on the floor, which means the culprit must have been walking upright, a discovery that makes my previous conclusions even more confusing. Forced to apply the proportions of the human body to get an estimation, I arrive at the conclusion that a culprit with such huge feet would probably be over 2.5 meters tall. Oh. With this kind of physique, they wouldn't have been able to enter through the door, let alone sneak in here. I mean, I think they would be able to pass through the door, but they would need to be very hunched over for that to work out. I love to see the surveillance footage. This is the first time I've ever felt so frustrated by being betrayed by an electronic device. There's nothing. Didn't you find anything? Well, it's difficult to conclude anything right now. It is painfully obvious that this wasn't a common case of theft, and I'm beginning to understand why the principal is so nervous. Compared to what happened here, theft would have been civilized and orderly behavior. Even if the truth is revealed, I'm afraid it might be more unbelievable than the lies. Recovering lost property is enough of a headache, and nobody will be eager to have to explain this away to the outside world. Even if the truth is revealed, I'm afraid it might be more unbelievable than the lies. Oh, wait, that's the same as before. Why did you repeat the same line twice, game? The most important item that was stolen is an ancient scroll, right? Yes, the Reed Compendium, a very old artifact. We were planning to display it at tomorrow's event, but now we'll have to find another solution. The scroll and the Meridian Bronze Bell, which remains in our collection in the museum, are our most prized possessions. These items hold unique historical and academic value. Unique historical value? That's not a statement to be made lightly. I've never seen anything else like it before. The scroll holds very special records, and the pattern on that bronze bell is pretty unique. I'm not sure about the specifics either, but at least half of the artifacts around here are in this museum to preserve them in the best way possible. Must require a lot of work. For some reason, the headmaster was particularly anxious about security concerning the bronze clock, almost as if it might be stolen as well. Our preparations were delayed in order to increase security. A bronze clock? Really? You haven't had it easy recently. Could you help me get some information on this artifact? The man nods. When a professor donated the artifact to us for safekeeping, he left various records regarding the discovery of the bronze clock. I heard it's famous, and I'm sure there'll be more archaeological discoveries like it in the future. The more the merrier. You'll be able to figure out who the culprit is, won't you? I'm not cut out for this, but I have a feeling you guys know what you're doing. We could ask for help, but it wouldn't necessarily be enough. Expectations are clearly very high. Who knows? We'll have to see what the others find out. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. It's nothing. I was just talking to myself. I took a deep breath and tried to regain my composure. Looks like I have some more time then. I'd appreciate it if you could wait a little longer while I check the place. After all, in this business of ours, we have to think everything through thoroughly. It's easy to end up empty-handed, which might have repercussions later. Oh, there you are. Oh, hi, Zack. Shit, why did it have to happen at this exact moment? There's a loud bang behind Zack, as if someone struck a match near an underground gas pipe. Thankfully, the campus announcements that have been echoing in his ears come to an abrupt halt, which makes it clear what's going on. It looks like there's going to be some trouble. When he was still running around with some bad gangs, Zack fooled around with his buddies at school, causing one or two other... wait. Yeah, no, this is badly, one or two blackouts, and they always got off scot-free. However, the amount of damage caused by those blackouts had everyone in an uproar. He didn't expect a school of this size to have a mass power outage like this. Hopefully the equipment they're using today isn't so easily damaged by power surges. Since the school is a matter of city pride, they should have a backup generator. But that doesn't concern him at the moment. Dan's task is to figure out the cause of the pile of dead cats and dogs by the warehouse, and that isn't an easy task. Maybe it's because Zan used to be a soldier, but this body has an unusually sharp instinct for injury and destruction. He looked at those bloodstains up close yesterday, and the conclusion he came to is making his heart beat like a drum. Several small animals were crushed and then dragged away in the direction of the mountain. The problem is that the surrounding area is too tidy. If a bear passed through here, it wouldn't be as untouched as it is now. But Zack can't imagine anything. Can't imagine how anything smaller than a bear could have left those markings on the ground. There are no footprints on the slope, nor are there any tire marks. The wire fence is also intact, not cut or bent as far as the eye can see. If the murderer were a humanoid monster of the kind Zack has seen before, or the gargoyle that Justice mentioned, it should have left some footprints. The scaly silkworm Cecile encountered wouldn't have targeted these animals, so that's out of the question. Aside from the hairs found in a few puddles of blood, Zack knows nothing at all about the perpetrator, but the matter can't just be put aside. He's seen more than once what disregarding these things can lead to. To expand my search range. Crouching down near the slope of the mountain, Zack ponders what to do next. There doesn't seem to be anyone around today, and trying to check the whole area himself isn't an option. But he doesn't want to go home empty-handed. If he just keeps believing that everything will work out by itself, nobody else will step forward to save the day either. He doesn't believe in leaving things up to others. In that case... What are you doing here? You look like me, but in the past. What? Huh? A male voice suddenly issues from beside him and Zack jumps. He turns his head hurriedly, his gaze settling on a familiar face. No, it only seems familiar. Apart from the hairstyle and clothes, it's like looking in the mirror. If Zack wearing his own body right now, of course. What's going on? Are you a tourist? The student scans Dan's face, clearly confused. Even the boy's stunned expression is similar to Zack's, which makes Zack's heart tighten a little. As planned, he tries to play dumb, running a hand gingerly through his hair and attempting a silly smile. Oh, hello, are people not allowed to come up here? He certainly doesn't know what a Spanish accent would sound like in Chinese, so he has to speak more slowly. Didn't you see the signs? Well, I guess the damage is done. The student might just be accusing Zack out of habit, since there are plenty of signs and warnings plastered around the school. However, as Zack looks around, he realizes the accusation is unfounded. The boy is probably talking about those "don't step on the grass" kind of signs, but Zack can't see any of those around here, and although the slope at the back of the mountain is covered in grass, there are more weeds than anything else. The boy, who is about the same height as Zack is now, obviously doesn't know what to do next. He smiles awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Cold beads of sweat are beginning to seep from Zack's forehead. He isn't thinking straight. He should take a page out of Justin's book and analyze the person opposite to him. Are you on the student council? The student council? Now who would want to be part of that? Why stop me then? Why, if I see someone trashing the school lawn, of course I'll intervene, even if I'm not on the council. Zack doesn't say anything and just stares at his feet with his arms crossed. The tall grass and weeds are covering their shoes, waving in the light breeze. You can't exactly call this a lawn, can you? I guess you're right. He suddenly feels like laughing. The boy's voice is so matter-of-fact that it melts away all seriousness. Anyway, calm down from there. I'm not going to lie to you, this area is pretty dangerous. Dangerous. Yeah, you might be tall, but that means you can't hide from danger if you have to. If you don't know what's going on, just stay away from here. Zack suddenly has an idea. He can recall the look on Dan's face when he confronted him in the park. He tries to make his expression darker, even though he feels a little stupid doing it. Since you mention it, you must have seen something, right? What? Some mysterious animal, right? He's on the right track. Zack makes his eyes glowing with fervor. I just checked the place and there's really nothing out of the ordinary. Everything's normal, but you told me to come down from there, so there is a problem here. Well, you know something I don't, and I want you to tell me. What else are you hiding? Come on, how much do I have to pay you to get you to talk? The large man's acting is quite exaggerated, but Zack deliberately hunches over and leans forward. He has seen people do that a lot, and it seems to be a rather instinctive reaction to express sincerity. The student standing in front of him probably knows something the school doesn't. This doesn't come as a surprise. After all, when Zack mentioned the student council just now, he seemed to have a pretty strong opinion about it. Even if it's just a rumor, Zack needs to know everything. He sends up a silent prayer that he won't mess this up. What the hell is this? The other man's expression was getting more and more confused, until he finally starts scratching the back of his neck for no apparent reason. Are you from the press or something? Anyway, I didn't mean it like that. You misunderstood. Huh? I don't know exactly why you're trying to pay me for information, but nothing strange has been seen around here. A janitor was recently hospitalized, and now the school is concerned that there might be wild dogs in the area. That's all. Wild dogs. Yes, it's probably because someone has been hurt and a conman is trying to make a buck off of you by spreading false news, so don't be fooled. Even if there's a mountain here, this is a school. Thousands of people are running around here, so it wouldn't be easy for anyone to identify the mysterious animals to be running around here. Ah, you're talking a little too fast. The student looks troubled as he frowns and chews his bottom lip. He seems to be looking for less difficult words to explain this to Zack. Anyway, here, there's nothing. What you are looking for, stuff, and probably is dangerous, but forget it. If you have any other friends who are interested in this place, please tell them not to come here anymore. I get it, thanks for the reminder. The boy takes a deep breath. It's fine, I'm leaving now, and you should get back too. I can't say anything more than that. Even though he's already pretty far away, Zack can still hear the boy's confused muttering. Wild dogs, he says. Of course, Zack won't take the boy's word for it, and after seeing those traces at the scene, something like a ferocious wild dog has been erased from the list of possible options. The fact that he tried to conceal something proves the existence of an object that has to be concealed. Zack has been warned about some kind of danger nearby, and found out that the student has a secret he doesn't want anyone to find out. A most valuable discovery. I should go back and ask the student president if she knows these guys well. What's her name again? Queen? There's no point in continuing to stay here and look for a needle in a haystack now that he's found a clue that might be useful. Zack squares his shoulders and obediently follows the boy's advice, leaving the small slope. Okay, what's going on with you, Neko? Well, it's technically Justin, but still. Oops, this is trickier than I thought it would be. Things aren't going well, and if an employee of the school finds out about this, it'll be a disaster. Justin is becoming more frustrated by the minute. He usually only breaks through doors or pick locks if he's absolutely sure that there's no one around, and he's far less experienced than Neko. After all, private detectives do not wander the streets, working in back alleys and such, and shouldn't be forced to do anything that is beyond their capabilities. But he doesn't have the time to regret any of this now. If he is found out, he won't be able to put up a fight in it. Oh, God. Wait a second. I'm getting a cold, and I had snot trapped in my trachea. That sucked. Anyway, I'm okay. What was I? But he doesn't have the time to regret any of this right now. If he is found out, he won't be able to put up a fight in this body. If the operation goes south and the store manager finds out about the situation, Neko is actually in, it would put everyone on the spot. What's going on here? What are you doing? The man who has stumbled upon the detective is wearing an apron and overall with grass stains up to his knees. He is also carrying a large pair of pruning shears. He seems to be in his 50s and speaks as if this is his own backyard. He's probably been working here for a long time. The janitor might not be able to see what Justin is doing by the door, but the lockpick in his hand will still reveal everything. Justin raises all 5 fingers and tries to hide the tool by using one of the slip tricks he's so good at. The slim metal slip out from between his fingers. Perhaps he misjudged the length of his fingers or failed to adapt to the shape of his sleeve, but by the time he realizes his mistake, it's already too late. The silvery color is particularly striking on the ground, and the janitor spots it straight away. What's this? I guess the jig is up. Although it is very warm outside, the sweat building up on the inside of his shirt doesn't have anything to do with the weather. It's better to run away if he can't fight. The detective mentally prepares himself for a struggle. What's going on? Just then, the lawyer and the student president appear next to him. The tall Spanish man is silently tagging along, too. All of Justin's doubts about this man and his sense of relief at being saved overlap, and Justin's feelings are now more complicated than ever. When this kid was hanging around here, I don't know what exactly she's up to. The student president might come in useful, and Justin decides to use her as a shield to muddle his way through this conversation. However, before the detective can move a pair of arms tighten around him. You can't just run away like that, sweetie. Mommy was so worried about you, you know? Mommy? Her acting is overly flashy. Justin almost has a heart attack. Cecily's probably nervous too, since her arms are like metal clamps around Justin's torso. She must have underestimated the lethality of Scarlet's grip. Is that your child? Please ask her to... Well, it's okay. These two were invited by the principal, and they have been a great help to us. You look exactly like Eloise for some reason. You can always keep kids under control. You can't always keep the kids under control. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, your Chinese is really good. No need to exaggerate. I don't mean to give you a hard time, but there have been accidents around here and it's dangerous. Look, the place hasn't been fixed up yet. We just came here to pick up our kid. So, Queen, just go about your business somewhere else, okay? Unfortunately, I still have 2 tennis courts to clean up here, and I won't have a chance in hell to get anything tomorrow. I'm guessing get anything done tomorrow. When all of those people arrive. I understand, you're very busy. The janitor nods and says nothing more as he pats the dust out from his apron and turns toward the tennis courts. That was a close one. We can't leave you alone for even a second, can we? His father smirks as he pats Justin's head, which makes him especially grumpy. God the crap, I didn't think there was anyone with eagle eyes around here to spot me so quickly. This is higher up at the tennis courts. It wasn't easy to spot you here. Young is a kind person. After the accidents, he's been watching out more closely for everyone around here. You should have mentioned that earlier. But we didn't tell you about our arrangement. Juan wasn't supposed to be on duty today. I've seen him wandering around the playground all day. Has someone else gotten sick again? Dog bites followed by illness. Your janitor sure has a lot to deal with. Someone's been bitten by a dog. Where did you hear that from? Oh, it's nothing. Never mind. Basically, several of the janitors who were responsible for cleaning up that butthole began to feel very sick. They caught a fever and have taken some time off work to get better. It can't be easy for you when a school festival is coming up and bad things just keep happening. If a wild dog ends up hurting someone, things are going to get really busy around here. I should go and find out more. Are you sure that's it? Hey, if you found something, just say so. You don't need to hide anything. Chairman, do you know a male student who is tall, solidly built, with short hair and a fierce look in his eyes, wearing a good pair of sneakers? That description would fit about 400 people around here. Oh, right, he's sitting on terms with the student council. That should ring a bell, shouldn't it, Chairman? You can't stop calling me Chairman. That would be Liam, an athlete extraordinaire. He's always been on the outs with us, but he's good-natured. Oh, how come? You don't seem to dislike the guy? It's a long story. Anyway, even if he knows I'm helping you, he wouldn't lie intentionally. You can be sure of that. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Sounds like you made a new friend. I just heard something interesting, and it sounds like, manager, you're here too. I say, you all rush over here to meet up as if we were one big happy family. We are, aren't we? Don't remind me. I've been looking all over for you. Looks like I'm the last one. Count your blessings. We're all quicker than I thought. So is that a good thing? It's both good and bad. I was just asking around trying to find some news, but I couldn't really find anything. Same here, honestly. If you guys had taken a few more minutes to get over here, we wouldn't have had to worry about any of this anymore. Wait, am I the only one who found any decent information? There's the proof. You couldn't even deny it. Yes, you wait. I know where you're going with this. I don't want to sound harsh, but the school festival starts tomorrow. Will you be able to make it in time with what you've discovered so far? That would be really hard to pull off. We'll need some time to analyze the information we found. We'd have a much better chance if we had another week. It's a shame we don't have that extra week. I know this is difficult for everyone. After all, the principal didn't contact you until last week. I'm not sure how much more time I'll be able to spare. There's no need to look so sad, Queen. It isn't time to give up yet. Manager, it isn't the best idea to give people unfounded hope. When I have ever made empty promises. If it all goes well, not only will we be able to avoid any more situations like this, but we'll also be able to get back what was stolen by tomorrow. Really? You must have found out something good. I'll share more news with you when we get back. I still have to discuss something with one more person. You can go home and rest in the meantime. We have a mountain of work to do tomorrow. I see you've always been descriptive. Huh? What do you say? Oh, it's nothing. Just talking to myself. Queen's expression is unpredictable. Justin watches quietly as she focuses her gaze on the store manager. Can I trust you? The manager's face suddenly breaks into a mischievous smile as he twirls his cigarette between his fingers, distracting Quinn for a moment. I know I have no basis to make such a claim, but we're the best chance you've got. Why not lean back and trust us to do our work? I'll try. Not knowing what exactly the manager is up to, the detective tries to read the atmosphere. This is one of those moments where he has to cover for him. Okay, go, I'm hungry. Justin waves a hand and heads off in the direction of the school gates. Hey, don't tell me you can't stop thinking about it either. You two, can't you be serious just this once? The three begin to bicker as they head towards the gates. The student president follows them silently. The detective never understood what on earth she meant by that last part of her sentence. He actually said that. The detective sits down on the sofa, resting his chin on one hand, deeply in thought. The room is quiet, and the sense of disobedience animates Justin, but to be honest, he doesn't know what it's usually like around here. The store manager still hasn't returned. When he left in the afternoon, he seemed so confident that he couldn't even be bothered to come back for dinner. God knows what he's thinking. Maybe due to their difference in experience, the detective can never really keep up with older people's thoughts and processes. Cecile, are you sure the signs of destruction on these tables are similar to what you saw before? These are much larger than the hole in my hand was, but they do bear some resemblance. I wouldn't mistake those kinds of cuts and curves. You wouldn't reproduce them by any common methods. But the students say he witnessed a giant humanoid, right? I heard you say before that the scaly silkworm didn't take human form. It's hard to tell what it looks like exactly, although it sometimes has claws which change in number and shape all the time. So it may be possible to call it humanoid or something else entirely, right? That's right, after all, the world is so big, drilling holes may not be a unique trait of the scaly silkworms alone. Oh, that's irritating. Don't think about it too much, it will only demotivate you. I admit that there is a possibility that a scaly silkworm is at work, but we can't take anything lightly. I don't think it's surprising that it took so much effort to send us here, but it would sure be a lot of work if someone were just trying to pull a prank on us. Scaly silkworm or not, I don't want to meet anything that dangerous ever again. Tell you what, let's go talk to that kid Jasmine. Do you think she'll tell us anything? Yeah, why don't you go get her? I should have known you'd say that. Justin suddenly realized how silly his question was. Of course he could go get Jasmine, but the little girl obviously knows nothing about their shenanigans yesterday. On their way back and forth from the school, Justin put Jasmine to the test and came to only one conclusion. Under normal circumstances, she's just an ordinary young child, with nothing unordinary about her except her outstanding singing voice. In other words, even if they wanted to find the guy who spoke to them through the little girl's mouth, it would be a one-way street. Unless the other party takes the initiative to contact them, they can't do anything. Knowing that all he can do is count on his brain, Justin starts pacing up and down by the sofa. We won't be able to do it on our own. The store manager is smart and it will make a huge difference if we can't use those books in his collection. I was able to survive the attack on the scaly silkworms thanks to Chronicles of the Crane Temple and ancient prescriptions. We prepared the room and the seals in advance because we had that kind of knowledge before. In my case, it was sheer vigilance. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have thought of stabbing the monster. Knowledge is power, even more so when it comes to fighting the unknown. What to do and what to not do, every bit of information is precious. I owe my life to you guys. Wait, those books aren't all the store managers, are they? If you think about it, a poor 30-something-year-old can gather that much information on his own, no matter how smart he is. The conversation has suddenly taken a very realistic turn. So, what would happen tomorrow? It's understandable that we weren't able to follow each other today, but we'll all be there tomorrow. I'm sure a little advanced in his house, right? That guy is possessed. He won't tell us anything and just runs off on his own. God knows, it feels like he's barely even talking. The only thing that we can be sure of is that there's something unusual going on here. Huh? Neko looked as if she saw a ghost when she saw Jasmine in the factory. There's definitely a story behind this kid. I'm still worried that will be... Cecile's expressions go stiff, as if she were remembering something. This doesn't take the detective by surprise. After all, of the 3 new recruits, she has dealt with the most difficult supernatural situations. If it's just a scary-looking monster, humans are capable of adapting to the situation. When it comes to unnamed vicious time snatchers, it's not that simple. Anyway, there's no way we can prepare the location like we did before. We should put that aside for now. Well, we can solve this with common sense. Let's go get the next point. Let's get to the next point. Ugh, can't wait. I'd like to discuss what we'll do tomorrow before the store manager arrives. Justin gathers everyone around in a circle. We'll hash out the details later. God, I'm so sleepy. Time to move on to Wednesday. Ready or not, the school festival eventually went ahead as planned. Dan has his hand on the steering wheel and as absent-minded as always. He's concentrating on his breathing, having learned long ago that one's breathing is directly linked to the mind. This behavior is rubbing off on everyone else without him ever even realizing it. Neko looks as if she has a ton on her mind. I know separating her from her tech gadgets makes her fidgety, but I still decided to take her along for the ride. Today's mission is quite risky, desperate even. Nobody at the school can know about it. That's why I took Neko with me. She'll be able to put her expertise to use and control the flow of information. Things that are overwhelming to me are child's play in her eyes. Apart from that, Jasmine needs to someone close to her age to keep her company. Scarlett and I don't have the time to spare, and Dan admitted to himself that he would be the wrong man for the job. Scarlett remains fairly silent along the way. Considering the task distribution that last night, she won't have it easy. If she doesn't reserve her acting skills now, there might be consequences at a critical moment. The only person actively moving around during the trip is Jasmine. She's constantly turning left and right, staring out the window with the innocent, curious look of a fascinated child during a road trip. The joyous humming is somewhat drowned out by the oppressive atmosphere in the air. In the car. I can't read! It's like everything is a little, that actually did look like air. It's just, my eyes, have me see stuff a little blurry. Maybe I need new glasses. Maybe the problem is that I need new glasses. Someone else told me that time isn't always appreciated in the same way. A gambler's most enjoyable moment are the 3 seconds before the cars are lifted. Only a few thousand milliseconds are etched into the nerves. Until then, sweat and fears are just bitter spices that make the meal more delicious in the end. Whoever told me that back in the day was right, as I can't think of any better way to describe my current feelings. Just let me have one more smoke, okay? There are 2 kids in the car. Can you behave yourself? Jeez, you're already so stressed out even though things haven't even started yet. I don't care, it's fine by me, just open the window. I shouldn't have to consider Jasmine too. Hey, the air conditioning is on. As soon as you open the window, it's all over. Dan's reaction is slow, misses the point, and most of all, isn't funny. Everyone in the car ignores his comment. So, do you really want to take that gamble today? Whether it works or not, I don't think the principal will be pleased. As the saying goes, it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. I tried to keep my expression calm. Although we exchanged information and distributed tasks last night, I withheld a couple of things. Yesterday evening, another person the client sent to help didn't turn up. I waited at the meeting place for a long time, but eventually gave up. I haven't actually met this person, but I heard that he is a highly experienced foreign scholar. In a line of work, the more you know, the less danger you're in. I have worked in multiple places and experienced quite a few things, but I would never claim my knowledge to be sufficient enough to handle this on my own. Having another expert on my side would have helped a great deal, especially since it's clear that we're dealing with supernatural entities here. His son disappears makes me wonder if we'll be able to pull off this mission successfully without his help. Did he stumble upon something that put him in danger? None of these thoughts are pleasant, so I try not to dwell on it too much. How to adapt to the situation? I think everything through again, then address the others to reconfirm our course of action. You're right. Today will be a gamble. Don't forget that gambling requires great skill and preparation. I know that the stakes are high and we are taking risks, but don't think I plan on simply sending you off to die. That reeks our confidence. Not. Call me out. Same here. Oh, come on, I'm doing my best. Don't tease me like that. Anyway, remember yesterday's task distribution? Preparing a trap to catch the criminal, which, by the way, is a crime in itself. It is indeed a crime. Furthermore, if we mess this up, it could backfire and we could end up involuntarily helping the criminal. Judging by the damage to the exhibition hall, it appears that the perpetrators deliberately sabotaged important equipment and removed the artifact with almost surgical precision. Regardless of the goal, they seem to have considerable planning skills. Scarlett's assessment is that while the perpetrators were able to escape unimaginable means, their perceptual abilities seem to be similar to humans, since they were surprised when the door opened. If we find a way to create an utterly unexpected situation, we may be able to set this whole thing before they can escape. To do so, we need a sufficiently attractive trap. It's not like we're bending the law for the first time. Anyway, Dan and I will stay in the exhibition hall, and you, Neko, will be the one to cut the power. Even with people around, I should be able to sneak in and disable the power. But yesterday you mentioned that their backup generator will kick in pretty quickly, right? That's why you need to turn off that as well. In a way that means it cannot be fixed again. If anyone can figure that out, it's you. Well, it won't be easy. I'll be in charge of luring the guards out of here, which should be fine if Dan can take care of them outside. I'll try to knock out the strongest one first. Can't have them making any noise that could attract attention. Come back as soon as you're done. After an urgent negotiation with the principal under false pretenses, he agreed to leave some riot gear for us, which will be left in the guard's office for us to pick up. Due to the fact that the school has employed security personnel for this occasion, they have rather professional equipment on offer. Tasers, batons, and riot shields, and even a Remington shotgun with paint bullets. Honestly, I would have preferred to have a proper weapon with live ammunition for Dan, but I couldn't have explained the entire plan to the school. Using the painted trays and locate the hidden exhibits is the most important part of the operation, and the whole process doesn't seem that dangerous. As things stand, I can only hope that the culprit is indeed as jumpy as the students say. The large footprints and trail of destruction makes me dread going toe to toe. Nobody has the time to worry about the pothole on the tennis court. Even if it definitely isn't a simple crater, there aren't enough clues to prove anything right now, and we need this operation to be a success to get permission from the school to check it out in further detail. God, sorry, I'm so sleepy. Are you coming to see me perform? Jasmine probably doesn't understand what we're talking about. She looks up, frustrated. When the operation begins, the little girl will be performing in the auditorium on the other side of the school, which will be the safest place to be at the time. Don't worry, Jasmine, the grown-ups are busy, but Neko will come play with you once she's finished with her chores. I pat Jasmine's head, which seems to make her feel better. That'll be enough to give Neko an alibi. Taking advantage of a child like this makes me feel guilty, but at the end of the day, Neko is also a child who needs to be protected. Anyway, if the operation goes well, we'll have to pretend the accident came as a complete surprise. All that's left is to pray that Dan succeeds and that the paint will work as intended. It's amazing how you're relying on modern technology, manager. You have really changed. I'm just making the best of the situation. We didn't have enough time to find any spells or ritualistic signs, meaning our only alternative is an old-fashioned hunt. Question is, who's hunting who? I'm surprised you were able to talk to Queen so confidently yesterday. I think there's more to it than her just being there to help. Confidence is key, or else we'd be doing this empty-handed right now. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but must be vigilant so as to not be harmed. That's how that one goes, right? You might have misunderstood something there. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Before we know it, the school gates appear in front of us. Time to do this. Be prepared. If things go according to plan, we probably won't get any sleep tonight. Oh, goddammit. Is he gone? Justin is sitting on the concrete curb of the road, turning his head to look at the middle-aged man some distance away from him. The black metal from the object on his back is digging into his shoulders. He has no intention of using the weapon. It isn't his assignment for the day, especially since the private detective's experience with firearms is limited to 9mm pistols, if that. However, the man who should actually be using it is even less experienced than he is at this point. Dan may be a genuine veteran, but Zack's brave saga doesn't include anything that advanced. He might be brave and fierce, but a delinquent is still just a delinquent. Wielding the weapon itself seems more powerful than actually attacking someone with the gunpowder and projectiles inside of it. The store manager has been surprisingly adept at gambling, which has become even more obvious during these last 2 days. Somehow, he's always been able to calmly ignore any information he couldn't quite make sense of and find a way to have the upper hand, no matter the risk. Several people have been exposed to danger and saved by the store manager's calm reaction. This time, he's taking yet another risk, and the chips aren't as reliable as they were a year ago. Looking at it right now, matters are more complicated. We have a pretty good head start. It's probably only a matter of time before Einstein comes out of his coffin and hits us. You know, Einstein was cremated. What? Detective feels as if his exhaustion has suddenly doubled on a mental level. You two had better calm down a bit. Jasmine will have to go to rehearsal later, and even if that weird look of hers comes back, we'll just have to follow the boss's busy schedule. As if this whole thing weren't difficult enough. How do you aim this thing again? Just point and pull the trigger. Isn't that how they do it in the movies? The one-shot ammunition may not be quite the same, and if it doesn't work, there's no way we'll be able to pull this off. It wasn't planned that way, but it is, so it is. God only knows how the hell we ended up here. Is that why you prepared all that stuff yesterday? I say it's time to share the plan with us. You can't keep doing this by yourself. True, but I want to tell you something else first. Does it have anything to do with last time? Cecile, you really are sensitive to the whole time aspect. I don't know if you ever feel like that, but when I was trying to unlock the door yesterday, there was a moment when I thought my fingers didn't even look like my own. Nonsense, they weren't yours to begin with, were they? Of course, that's not what I meant. I meant that it feels as if they're too skilled somehow, and they have a tendency to start moving around when I'm explaining something. Sounds a bit scary, doesn't it? And it wasn't the first time either. Not too long ago, when we first became cats, we couldn't help but adopt some cat habits. Now, having turned into Neko, I even have to control what I say. Remember the blackout yesterday? I was far away from the building you were in at the time, but I was completely startled by it. It was like a really weird experience. Experience? You mean a feeling in your gut? No, it had to do with that power outage. The electrical work at this school is definitely faulty in places, and the wiring is pretty poor. If there's a power failure anywhere, the entire school loses power. It's a design problem, and the only solution would be to rebuild it. At least that's Neko's conclusion. I'm a little confused as to how much more strange knowledge she actually has, but I'm more curious as to why exactly she's studying the school's electrical system. Did the boss and the others have to repair that kind of thing in the past? We can do this, can we? I may be able to. I think Neko would have done it. Wait, what are you talking about? This place is open to the public, isn't it? That's right, the problems just keep on coming. So, are you really going to try? At least to see what will happen. Although we've been investigating for a day, we're still in 2 minds and have no idea what will happen after that. It's not going to end well. In other words, do I really have to prepare for every scenario? Since we got to meet everyone a year later, at least that means the plan worked, right? I don't think this is normal. I thought Neko said the store manager couldn't leave the house. Would that be because of the current case? In that occasion, this version of yourself actually be more useful? Seems reasonable. But I am worried about the fact that after cutting off the power in the entire school, the auditorium won't have any power either. Jasmine will be rehearsing for the show at that time. I hope it doesn't scare her. It's bad enough that she's involved in this for no reason. Jasmine, speaking of which, this version of myself seems to... What is it? It's nothing. That feeling the detective was talking about, I've experienced it too, only that... The huge man hesitates, but in the end he doesn't finish the sentence. Don't hide it, this is already troublesome enough. I don't want to distract you guys right now. Don't worry, I will tell you when the moment is right. So, are we going to follow his plan? I'm pretty overwhelmed at this point. It's better not to be overconfident about our experience in dealing with these issues. I just don't think it's possible to pull this off. And although it's just a hunch, I do have a bad feeling about this. The detective looks away, trying to make some sense of the images ripping through his mind. Oh, okay, that was me. Half the time I'm not sure if I'm starting to read a sentence and this is gonna end up being like, oh, it lacks a word in the middle, or visually like translated. Trying to make some sense of the images ripping through his mind subside. He tries not to look at the mountain of a man in front of him. There's an air of utter helplessness about him. It seems like things are worse than we thought. It's a pain in the ass having to walk around as Neko. The loose soles on his shoes flop around with every step, making a sound that annoys Justin to no end. Due to yesterday's failure to recover the lost item, the school had to announce that their treasure, for unspecified reasons, could not be exhibited, and the opening hours of the museum had to be delayed quite a bit. Still, a lot of people had come and are already waiting outside. It's probably a matter of pride. Most of the people have nothing to do with the actual exhibits. It's more about displaying social status. Humans are social creatures, and dealing with groups is always different from dealing with individuals. Usually Justin would wait for the situation to become less heated, but he can't afford that luxury right now. The back of the mountain. Looking out from the second floor window of the history building, it becomes clear that the back of that mountain isn't a fruitful area. The top has been flattened, and the faint outline of a building can be seen rising out of the tree canopy. What's over there? It's impossible to tell from a distance. A strange feeling has been lingering in the detective's mind since yesterday. It's as if his brain is telling him to stop for some inexplicable reason, but he can't let that get to him. 2 days of non-stop investigating without any clear results is enough to cause anyone some doubt, even someone with a lot of experience. Whatever reason Jasmine had to send them back in time, Justin doesn't want it to happen again. No matter what happens in this point in time, he can at least try to ensure Jasmine's safety. He doesn't want to see that strange demonic voice take over the little girl's body again. Justin doesn't know Jasmine, but that doesn't prevent him from doing everything he can to ensure little girl's happiness. This time, they might be able to stop the tragedy before it can even begin. The detective has a sudden surge of motivation. Justin's idea is a lot simpler than the store manager's. The manager's plan was that, well, it wasn't that well thought out, so he just made it a little more secure. Already knowing what will happen gives him a unique advantage. Justin is willing to go to extreme lengths to pull this off. They mustn't miss this opportunity, even if it means putting people he knows in danger. Everyone has been assigned a task. Zack and Cecile will look for those 2 students and try to get them to join them. Justin needs to cut the school's power before the store manager can pick up Jasmine from the show. Justin doesn't quite have Neko's knack for technology, but after the theft of that artifact, it can't hurt to cut the power a little early. With Neko's skill ingrained in his head, all that's left to do is follow the instructions. Justin approaches a hole in the ceiling which still hasn't been repaired, and begins his preparations. The original plan was for the actual Neko to do it, but at least her experience will enable Justin to do a better job. Here and here, okay. Neko spent a whole day working on Jasmine's father's cell phone at home, injecting homemade programs into its file management system. As long as the alarm is set, the phone will periodically start the script and broadcast the signal to any nearby device. The idea is not to take control of it all, as is often the case with other hacks. Instead, the system receiving the broadcast command will trigger system vulnerability during the decoding process, which will cause downtime and delete everything by itself. The air conditioning device overhead has an advanced and sophisticated management software. This is the kind of thing Neko excels at. After the system fails, the engineer will no doubt come up to check the situation. That's when the taser will come in handy. Justin will have to steal the master key to the switchboard from him and then complete the most critical step. After he regains consciousness, the engineer will cause a scene and people will start panicking. The store manager won't have a reason to keep lurking in the exhibition hall and risk being isolated. If Neko is right, improper operation of the power system will cripple the entire school wiring due to its design problems. Justin will try to evacuate from the side of the stage and join everyone as soon as possible, thus ensuring Jasmine's safety for the time being. In any case, Justin has covertly placed the phone in the corner near the air conditioner. After starting the program, all that is left to do is wait for their prey to fall into the trap. Oh god, I really am so tired. The center of the exhibition hall is quite empty, and the only valid hiding spots are the few dark spaces in the corners. An adult could never fit in there. Good thing Justin is currently far from an adult. However, even with Neko's small body, the various corners and narrow gaps pose a challenge. There aren't many lights around the place. The malfunctioning equipment should draw everyone's attention and distract them from any other movements. The other option is the far side of the tall display case that almost reaches up to the ceiling, an almost perfect blind spot, and no one would ever go to the trouble of making sure that's what's actually on the other side of the room first. The disadvantages are obvious. The taser has a limited range, the metal parts shooting from it have a long flight time, and if you miss your shot, you're basically trapped with no way out. Alright then, where to hide? Huh. Good question. Okay. The display case. I'm not gonna fucking hide in the goddamn display case. What the fuck, game? Is either top of the glass is basically impossible. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, Willis? So my best options are the corner of the entrance. I'm just preparing a surprise attack. Well, you know what? I'm gonna be funny about it. Let me do a save. What if I hide in display case? The element of surprise is the most important thing. No matter how alert someone is, their eyes can't see what's behind them. Justin deliberately leaves his phone inside. This way, the other person's attention will most likely be drawn to it immediately. Justin tries to aim at the ladder from this current spot between the display cases, and even though it's a little cramped, it's still possible. If he aims slowly and carefully, there shouldn't be any problems. Justin uses Neko's phone to send a text message initiating the ignition process. After 3 minutes, the device overhead will stop functioning properly. Then, if all goes well, the engineer will hand over the master key to the switchboard, whether he wants to or not. His heart beating an irregular rhythm, Justin knows there is nothing else to do but play the waiting game. He takes several deep breaths to calm himself. Really? It doesn't matter what I do? What's that sound? Things are about to unfold in a way he could never have anticipated. Still can't find Quinn anywhere, even after an extensive search. During the celebrations, the students preparing for the third year of high school can choose to stay in their classroom to study, but most of them will participate in the celebrations, and those who want to take a proper break can temporarily leave the school grounds. In any case, several of the buildings are as good as empty. She tries asking the students standing in line at the auditorium where Quinn is. The student president is apparently busy and nowhere to be seen among the crowd. The entire student union is leading by example and assisting with the preparations for the school festival. It makes sense that the president is so busy during such a hectic and important time. However, even the members of the student union don't know anything about Quinn's whereabouts, which troubles Cecile. It's still some time before Jasmine's performance begins, which means their opponent still has plenty of opportunities to get at Jasmine. That being said, shouldn't Quinn have... Cecile shakes her head vigorously, trying to drive away her uneasiness. Most of the students are milling around in the more open areas. Maybe it's time to think out of the box and look somewhere else. With this new approach in mind, Cecile heads towards the library. So heavy. Cecile's guest pays off. The student president is pushing a cart with several cardboard boxes stacked up on top of it, struggling to push it along the path outside the library. The cart's wheels don't seem to be doing their job all too well. Even though she's putting her back into it, the boxes are barely moving at all, meaning they must be filled to the brim. Those wheels might need a WD-40. At this rate, she won't reach her destination before nightfall. She's obviously popular with the principal and is being entrusted with some pretty important tasks, but she can't even find someone to help her move this stuff. It makes Cecile wonder. Queen doesn't seem to have noticed her yet. Cecile circles around the cart and approaches Queen from behind. That looks heavy. Can I give you a hand? It's you. Queen looks exhausted and is breathing heavily. Sorry, just let me catch my breath for a second. If you need help with anything, I'll be right there. It doesn't seem like it. It's fine, there's no rush. The manager has already made the necessary arrangements. He just wanted me to check on you to make sure everything is in order. I'm sorry, it's just that there aren't many helping hands to spare right now. It's the school's 80th anniversary. It's supposed to be fun. It's a shame you have to worry about things like that on a day like this. You really don't have it easy. What's up with those boxes anyway? They look really heavy. The school board has taken care of the festivities well enough that I don't need to worry up too much about it, but I just wanted to see what else needs to be done. And when I passed by the library, the administrator hoped that I could help an older gentleman transport these books to the history museum. I wanted to keep them in the classroom for a while, but plans changed. No amount of preparation can guarantee that things will go smoothly. I know that all too well. Anyway, let me help you out. This time, Queen has no choice but to accept the offer. Cecile grabs the card. Its weight takes her by surprise. Oh, books, you say? And they're all in here, no wonder it's so heavy. To be honest, I'm not really sure myself. Usually the alumni office would be contacted in advance regarding anything that needs to be moved, and the library should have their contact information as well. Unless there's something going on over there that requires our full attention. We have people out there if they run into any problems. I'll probably know about it before you do. You saw our big guy doing his thing. I'll make people think twice about causing a ruckus while he's at the scene. He'd better be able to calm everyone down. After having seen the destruction in the photo, Cecile's confidence has wavered a little. However, Dan and his imposing appearance should at least inspire some confidence in Queen. She looks really tired right now. Oh, I need it again. I keep accidentally opening the log. At least the boxes haven't sunken into the ground under their own weight yet. With the combined strength of the combined strength of both women, things finally start moving forward at a normal pace. By the way, there's one thing I'm still really curious about. Yes? I saw many student union members helping to maintain order today. You have a great reputation. That's because the seniors have built up a lot of trust and traditions within the student body. So why did a student named Liam act like he did yesterday? Being annoying for no reason would be a simple explanation, but he honestly doesn't seem like that type of guy. Well, he doesn't have a bad heart, that much is true. You said the same thing yesterday. That means there has to be some sort of explanation for his behavior. Truthfully, we have some small favors we'd like to ask him, but if it turns out he's not the right kind of person for it, we're going to have a problem. So you want to know what I think of him? If Liam despises authority, using the school's good name to motivate him will backfire on us. I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. It's better to clean things up straight away. Just, why him of all people? Queen sighs helplessly. It may all sound trivial to you, but this year has been hard enough already. Liam is a sports ace who only just transferred from another school this year. It's rather humiliating, but before he arrived here, our school's track and field team didn't have a very good reputation. I mean, that's not necessarily bad. Skipping classes and getting into fights is one thing. Maybe he's trying to cope with some unresolved issues from his past, who knows. But one of Liam's seniors did something worse than that. Something that sullied the school's good name. He secretly bribed the referee in a match this year, forcing another strong participant out of the tournament. Anything like that can't have gone unnoticed, can it? No, the referee was forced to explain everything afterwards. He caused a huge uproar at the time. We mustn't allow our school's good name to be dragged through the mud by such dishonorable behavior. As a consequence, the school announced that the track and field teams were going to be disbanded and all activities discontinued. If it was just announced this year, wouldn't that affect Liam in a big way? Yes, and personally I sympathize with him and his situation. He's just very unlucky to have this happen to him. What followed were many heated arguments between Liam and the principal. In the end, the student union had to step in. In situations like this, we have to mediate the discussion. It was up to us to review the measures taken by the school. As representatives of the student body, that's something we often have to do. So, what was the result? Liam was allowed to continue competing as himself as a private person. However, having already made lots of friends on the team, he was unwilling to accept that condition. Can't they just punish the player who cheated in the first place? When it comes to competing for awards and to uphold a school's reputation, there's no such thing as being alone. I mean, girl, if only one person bribed someone and the rest of the team didn't, then it's that person's fault. It's like if you use drugs for enhancing, or like a competition, where only you do it and not the rest of your team, it would be unfair for the rest of the team to be disqualified because you were the only one who did the thing. You know? Right, everyone wants to seize the opportunity to make sure their competition can never get back up again. Because we came up with the idea together with the principal, Liam started holding a grudge against us too. After that, small arguments and silly fights followed, but nothing serious. If he's hell-bent on feeling as if he's being treated wrongly, trying to convince him otherwise will only make him feel more misunderstood. It's out of anyone's control. I understand his tempers in regards to that situation, I really do, but I can't accept him actively disrupting the student union's work. In my position, I have to draw a line somewhere. Considering all of these sounds, I realize how childish it really is. I'm afraid when we all come to our senses, it'll be too late for a friendly solution. Why not laid off him then? The cheating senior has long left the school. I know the other students would mind. That would mean we're not doing our job, wouldn't you agree? From the student council's body's standpoint, ignoring it is no different than giving in. That's... I don't know, girl, that sounds like an exaggeration. Even if the person in question isn't related to the incident. Well, since Liam insists on staying here, this is what he asked for. We represent all the students as a collective, as well as the school's position. That's it. No distraction to that. Though involved, Scarlet finds this subject hard to let go. Sure, the team carries some responsibility for the mistakes that have been made, but Quinn's way of handling this is suboptimal. Her approach is too rigid. She sticks to the code too much. All that does is increase the tension between the student union and Liam. What she doesn't seem to realize is the way she talks makes it sound like it's justified and inevitable. Zil has seen the same case play out before by a person with the same traits as Quinn, one who was also incredibly stubborn about her standards and who, in the process, caused those around her pain. It's almost like she looks exactly like Eloise on purpose. Eloise's tragedy mustn't repeat itself. Due to her past experiences, Seal finds it impossible to simply ignore what's going on. All of it concerns her deeply. Seal can't find the right words to make Quinn see reason. Even taking advantage of Scarlet's inherent verbal wit won't change that fact. Learning to forgive is something that you only understand after the fact. A lesson Cecile has already learned, but one that Queen will have to experience for herself. Time flies by when you're occupied by thoughts like that, and before they know it, the two of them have arrived in front of the classroom. There won't be anyone here today, so we'll just use this classroom. I'll deliver the books when you're sure that there are no problems on your end. I hope you can ask some of the stronger guys to help us with this. That was really exhausting. Yeah, I have to admit I overestimated myself. Without your help, I would probably be stuck how we're right now. Thanks again. Let's go inside and take a short break. Queen lets go of the card and opens the classroom door. Huh? Queen's expression is confused all of a sudden. Where did he go? Cecile quietly follows Queen inside the classroom and takes a look. The whole room is empty, as if everyone inside has simply vanished. Strange, he said he would be waiting here. Cecile realizes something must be wrong. As Queen said, something seemed strange from the very beginning. It was unreasonable to entrust the heavy transportation of so many precious books to a single fairly feeble student. Also, the administrator could have helped Queen instead of making her do it on her own. After all, it isn't even a regular school day. These books are worth a lot to the school, and trusting the job to one person who just happened to be passing by is more than strange. The task shouldn't have been handed out so casually. Queen wasn't even asked to finish the task by a certain time, no specifics were ever mentioned, which makes it seem as if there was never any intention for her to actually complete the task. Could it be that what he wants is... Huh. As if to confirm Cecile's suspicion, the light above their heads suddenly goes out. Oh hey, it's me, myself, and I. Okay, we've been here for a while, and honestly, I need to stretch. I need to blow my nose, and I need a warm drink, so I'll come back with all of that done in a sec. Alrighty, we're back. And it's me, myself, and I. And no, seriously, is there a particular reason why the characters look the same as the other character? I'm just curious. But hey, that's not good. Zack mumbles to himself while looking at the crowd. The power outage shouldn't have happened yet. It's way too early. The show hasn't even commenced yet, and he isn't in the right position. This is not how things were supposed to go, according to the store manager's plan. But, you know, ibile da. Ibile da. Neko making it out successfully, subduing Liam, finding the store manager. There are so many things left to do, but they need enough time. Everything has been planned out so carefully. What the hell is Justin doing? Zack curses under his breath. Everyone has been worried that Justin might lack Neko's practical expertise, but who would have thought that he wouldn't only fail to cause a delay, but actually cause the outage to happen too early? Oof. Ibile da. Again, ibile da. This isn't like Justin though. He's been around long enough to know how Neko's weird homemade tools look. He's seen her in action. Maybe he's not as much as a tech whiz as she is, but he doesn't slouch around either. Still, whether or not it's a mistake on his part, the situation is now out of control. What the hell, a blackout? How could this happen? They've been working towards this moment the whole year. Liam is muttering to himself. He still seems to be in the dark, wondering why Zack approached him in the first place. Ah yes, teenage boy, confused as to why a large adult man is approaching him. Ibile da. After hearing mention of Quinn's name, Liam became surprisingly obedient. However, he began talking less and less and appears to be extremely preoccupied. Even if they were deadly rivals, his reaction would have been pretty strange. Zack is intrigued to know what Liam is thinking, but now isn't the right time to analyze their relationship. Zack's role in the plan was to find Liam as soon as possible and make him listen. Once Justin has done his part, the two of them will meet him at the remote place they agreed on. That's when the taser comes into play. Cecilia is more or less on the same mission, and if necessary, Justin will do the same thing to Quinn. That's just a precaution in case the two of them really were involved in the chaos that happened at the school last time. It is the only way to face their adversary. It may go against Justin's noble nature, but this radical approach is the only option they have to protect Quinn, Liam, and themselves. But is it really time to go and meet Justin already? It's way earlier than they agreed upon, but the lights have already gone out. If they wait around too long, Liam is bound to get suspicious. I need to stay calm and think about this. Plans change, sometimes too fast to react to them, but that's normal. It's more important than ever to stay calm and collected at such a time, or else it'll lead to trouble like it did back in the Sanjun building. Zack does his best to control his emotions, just like the store manager has taught him. Look like it's already started over there. Come on, we need to hurry. Huh? Do you do this? What the hell were the student unions members thinking? Long story, let's go this way. This place is where you saw me yesterday. Don't tell me you forgot about that already. No, of course I didn't forget, but I don't understand why you brought me here now. Is this Quinn's doing? Has she finally decided to teach me a lesson and hired you to do the job? If so, don't think I'll make this easy for you. You two really have some serious issues to work out. Liam looks alert and ready for trouble. Zack ignores him as he rummages through the nearby bushes. Moving around the school campus with a shotgun isn't the smartest idea, so Zack stashed it here in the bushes earlier. Here it is. It's covered in deer can do, but it's a reliable pump-action model that should work just fine nevertheless. Not that he's planning to actually fire it anyway. Holy shit, is that what I think it is? Even someone of Liam's strong stature can't help but feel intimidated at the sight of such a deadly weapon. His voice is shaking. Don't worry, if I really wanted to kill you, I would have done so on the way here. I had dozens of opportunities to do it. Also, don't you think this would be a little overkill for a guy like you? Yeah, yeah, you're right. Justin is nowhere to be seen, which means Zack has to stall Liam a little bit longer. He pulls out the cartridges and shows Liam one of the spare shells. One of these trunk rounds is enough to make a brown bear go nighty-night. Of course, Zack is just babbling, but the bright yellow fluorescent shells speak louder than words. Each one of these babies costs about 2,000 bucks, and that doesn't even include the cost of getting them through customs yet. Every pull of the trigger feels like burning a fat pile of money. Tranquilizer rounds. Are you a hunter? Hunter? Well, I guess you're not totally wrong. However, I'm hunting something very interesting. Humans, the most dangerous game. I never watched that movie. I probably should at some point. It's kind of a classic. I'll give it to you straight. I'm an expert, hired personally by the principal. Things have been somewhat chaotic around here, if you haven't noticed, and your principal is a lot more anxious about it than you'd think. That old guy is only worried about the festival and saving face. He's not a good guy, it's all in his personal interest. I mean, that's usually how it is for most people, sweetie, but you know. That's none of my concern. After you ordered me yesterday, I asked the student unions to help me search the area. You know the rest. I'm a professional, you understand? Not just some random Yuma fanboy. That's why I was called in. Ah yes, the unidentified something. Obviously, the damn we all hope is just a bunch of wild dogs, but that's wishful thinking if you ask me. We can't keep beating around the bush if we don't want things to get even worse. The previous incidents prove just how serious and dangerous the situation actually is. If you had seen what I saw, you would know what I'm talking about. There's a saying in your country somewhere along the lines of paper can't write fire. It means the truth will always come out. We'd better get this over with before more people figure out what's wrong. Agreed? Zack places the shell in Liam's hand while simultaneously patting him on the shoulder. He tries to make himself look all wise and reliable, something further amplified by his above average height. He isn't expecting to get any more information out of Liam. That would merely be an added bonus. Making sure that Liam will keep his mouth shut about this is already enough. Now you know, I've told you everything. How about you do the same? I only saw it from afar. I didn't get a good look, and I didn't have the courage to get any closer. A few days ago, I had an argument with someone. I was just wandering around for a walk to clear my head and calm down. That's when I suddenly heard a strange crunching noise. It was like beef being ripped apart or something, but incredibly loud, you know? I've never heard anything like it before, so naturally I wanted to take a look. That's when you saw those squash cats and dogs. Yeah, squash sounds about right. They were pressed flat on the ground, one after the other, about 5 or 6 of them. I saw a dark shadow slowly making its way up the mountainside behind them. Shadow, you say? It was like a dark cloud the size of a car, constantly changing shape and color. As it made its way up the mountain, tentacles extended from underneath. It looked as if it were moving on stilts. I don't know what it was, but it was creepy as hell, I can tell you that much. It made all kinds of strange noises as it moved. Sometimes it sounded like it was talking, but not in any human language. It was more like noises. Noises and sounds that no human could ever replicate. A dead cat's body was still stuck to it. I imagine it had just sucked the blood from those animals and was retreating to wherever it came from. So it didn't see you. It might be dead if it had. I think I'd noticed some movement though, judging by how the shadows change shape. But his eyes widened. Liam gestures with his hands, as if worried that his words won't convey his meaning clearly. A large part of it fell to the ground, like it had separated some gooey, shadowy mass from itself. It dropped to the ground and violently twitched around. Its shape became more slender by the second. At the end of it all, it was about the size and shape of a human. Wait, you're saying a person split from it? It just looked like one, but then its color changed and... And what? What happened then? You... behind you. Liam looks as if he's seen a ghost. Even what he saw back then didn't scare him this much. Zack suddenly feels a chilling, oppressing aura right behind him as something grabs him by the shoulders. This is our secret, little brother. A familiar voice is ringing in Zack's ears, hoarse, deep, and full of disdain. Hi, other Dan. That is not this Dan. Why are there two of you? Why are there two of you? Why is the second Dan here? Why are there two of you? No way. Using all of his strength, Sax manages to turn his head sideways a little. However, that doesn't help him in the least. Hello there, how's my body holding up? Oh, you're the actual Dan. Why are you here? Why? Isn't it obvious? Two birds with one stone. This annoying brat is here, and I get to kick your ass. Where else would I be if not here? Zack's other self is standing a mere 5 centimeters behind him, a cold, cruel smile mirroring his evil intent. Freaky. At that very moment, another sinister, dangerous presence enters Zack's field of vision. Yeah, that looks like something you would do while fucking around in Photoshop. And then sending it to After Effects. That's what it looks like. That's... what? The creature Liam was describing is suddenly right there, no longer a mere story, but very, very real. No. No. Ah! It takes but a split second for Zack's fragile mind to be overtaken by the frenzy and madness. Ah, yeah, classic Cthulhu situation. This nightmare, however, is only just beginning. He smiles sadistically at the young man's complete inability to react. You're walking around in a borrowed body. The rent is due. Time to pay up. Dan, why are you evil now? Where the hell are they? I'm standing in front of the empty building we agreed to meet at. The doubts in my mind just keep piling up on top of one another. There's no sign of Neko, Dan, and Scarlet are nowhere to be seen either. Only Jasmine and I are at the meeting spot. We look at each other, fully aware that things aren't going as planned at all. I never would have expected things to turn so messy. True, this whole thing was quickly put together, a rush job in the truest sense of the word, but we've been through this kind of risky situation before. We're a team that knows exactly what's at stake, and the others are focused on the goal, and a lack of communication is uncharacteristic for everyone involved. Right now, however, none of them are here, and their phones aren't working either. Mister, where is Neko? Where is Mr. Dan? Or Miss Scarlet? It's okay, Jasmine, don't worry. I'm sure they'll all be here soon. I pat Jasmine's head and sit down with her by the side of the road. I should stay calm. There's no need to be worried just yet. Maybe they just ran into something that requires more time. They are under a lot of pressure after all. I got here on time, but even before that the power had already gone out, causing a blackout earlier than we had planned. It's not at all like Neko to make a mistake like that, but who am I to judge? There's a lot of pressure on her. After all, everyone else's timing is dependent on the power outage. Sure, she likes to hurl insults around, but I know all too well that Neko has a good heart. She's responsible with this sort of thing and is fully aware of how much is at stake here. She works even better under pressure when she knows failure isn't an option. The more I think about it, could Neko be in danger? One would think that after so many close calls and dangerous encounters, I would be used to this paralyzing sensation of doubt and fear by now, but it's always the same nauseating feeling. It lingers deep down in my stomach, so overpowering that I simply cannot find the right words to comfort Jasmine, who's growing increasingly worried as well. Hey, there they are, Miss Scarlet, Mr. Dan! Huh? The little girl jumps up, filled with joy as she runs off towards the others. Scarlet and Dan appear, followed by Leon and Queen. They look disheveled and exhausted, but none of them seem to be hurt. The two students trailing behind Scarlet and Dan look disoriented and shocked, though I don't know why. The horse. What happened? Have you guys seen Neko? I'm sorry, you couldn't find the kid anywhere. I have no idea where she went. Really? Well, I can't say I blame you. The situation is a mess. The police had already blocked off the entire site when I arrived, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. I wasn't able to get in either, but I circled around. They weren't watching the entrance to the stairs all that closely. So in other words, Neko either didn't make it there in the first place or they didn't find her. I don't know, the power would never go out on its own like that. Also, I'd say hiding without being noticed would be next to impossible, given how many people are on site. That's strange. Would that mean somebody else tampered with the power? My mind is racing, things are getting more complicated by the second. It doesn't make any sense. There were two separate incidents, one in which stray animals were killed and another in which an ancient relic was stolen. The power wasn't cut in either of those cases. If somebody sabotaged the power while we were investigating, it means whoever's working against us is on the move. As far as I'm aware, nothing resembling the two incidents has happened again, though pretty peculiar. It looks like Neko is the only one with any actual answers as to what really happened. I hope I get a chance to ask her about it. By the way, what made you decide to bring these two along all of a sudden? I just picked them up on my way here. I noticed they weren't looking too good, so I brought them along so you could take a look at them yourself. Dan pushes the two students towards me. He's right, they definitely don't look like they're doing too well. They both move like sandbags as he pushes them towards me. They say dead bodies are heavier than live ones, but that's actually due to the shift in the body's center of gravity after having lost muscle restraint. It feels heavier when picking it up, which also seems to be the case with the two students, although they are clearly still breathing. Their condition... By the way, I've been meaning to ask, I'm just an educated man, that's all, so why do you guys always think of me as a psychiatrist? Well... I can tell if a body is injured, physically that is. You're obviously much more experienced when it comes to matters of the mind. I'm simply following what literature tells me, so don't make it sound as if I've worked in a mental hospital. Mental hospital, huh? Don't get me started. I don't even want to imagine how much more our health insurance would cost if they found out about all that cultish brainwashing nonsense. You're finally back to your old ways, huh? Where was that loud mouth of yours these last 2 days? I threw the remark in Dan's direction while pulling back Quinn's eyelids to inspect his pupils. They remained large even when a bright light is shining directly at them. I've never seen such an unresponsive iris before. The reaction of her pupils bothers me too. Quinn doesn't make any attempts to blink. Even people who are born blind can't do that. It feels like I'm working on some sort of mannequin during a medical lesson. I approached Liam and gave him the same checkup. His condition is the same as Quinn's. He seemed completely lifeless, although they are both displaying vital signs. This is really strange. Liam? Quinn? Can you hear me? Everyone around me stays silent so as to not disturb me, but it's no use. The two students remain completely unresponsive. I see you now why Darren brought them to me. If he could have treated them with conventional means, he would have done so already, and he didn't bring them here just so I could do a routine checkup, which he could have easily done as well. Alright then, I should try something that's closer to my area of expertise. I lift up an old piece of wood and hold it under their noses. Light brown sap starts to ooze from the decaying branches, giving off a rotten and dull smell similar to aged matcha powder. It's something that I stumbled upon during a past case. A group of fanatics obsessed with the mysteries of traditional medicine somehow found a secret recipe for the essence of dreams. One of them were plagued by strange images in their dreams that ultimately drove them mad. This antidote that I'm using right now could have saved them, but when I arrived at the scene, nobody there could resist the allure of an endless, wonderful dream. All of them went on a journey, one they could never return from. I know how to apply it correctly, but I don't know if it's the right treatment for this particular condition. Even so, it's my only option. Might as well give it a shot. I rest my forehead against theirs as I apply the resin to both of their faces, softly repeating the chant required for this ritual. I tremble slightly as her skin begins to heat up beneath the resin. My brain feels a little cold, as if my soul is drifting away. It may not sound like it, but that's a good sign. This is my chance to reach out to them, no matter where they are right now. If this works, they'll be able to explain exactly what happened after I get them back. Oh, store manager, there's an evil Dan behind you. Yeah, like that. And we got stabbed. You know, I should have expected that. What? A sudden cold pain in my chest interrupts my chant. It's a piercing, icing sensation that brings me back to reality. I lower my head, see the tip of some kind of metallic object is sticking out on my torso, right where my lungs are. Well, at least it's the lungs and not the heart. You can live with only one lung. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. No, I know what kind of object this is. It's a dagger, sharp and long, one that I have seen cut through living and dead things in the swift, merciless hand of its owner before. This is Dan's dagger. Sorry, manager, it's game over. The pain is only now starting to register in my brain, yet the massive, overwhelming confusion that occupies my mind is still drowning it out. The blade twists at a 90-degree angle and is violently thrust sideways. My limbs have gone numb and I've lost all control of my body as it falls limply to the ground. But why? You've always been a curious guy, that's your nature. I'm sure you have a lot of questions right now, but you won't get any answers. Then twist the dagger once more and look straight into my eyes. I don't know when it happened, but Jasmine must have been strangled a while ago. Then he's holding her motionless body in his arms. Her dead eyes are still covered in tears. Scarlet, where are you? Stop him, Scarlet! I muster all my strength to turn my head sideways before I lose consciousness. Oh, hi, thing. Scarlet is nowhere to be seen, neither are the two students. But wait, specks of writhing shadows are crawling and twisting on the ground, slowly getting up with humanoid necks. Nose, eyes, mouth, ears. Scarlet's features are floating on the shadow's surface like a twisted and unholy caricature. Hazy despair eventually envelops me. It's too late for explanations, too late for anything to make sense. Nan casually puts the dagger in his pocket and kicks me in the head with the tip of his shoe, forcing me to look up at the sky again. In the short moments before I take my last breath, my eyes break through the dark haze and I can see everything clearly. Oh hey, reuse CG. A cloud of colors is floating through the air, accompanied by an inexplicable and unnatural sound. It has no shape. My eyes can't process it properly, almost as if it were an optical glitch that doesn't belong in this world. The colors flicker and change, passing over my head and floating off into the distance. And yet it doesn't actually fly away. It has a beginning but no end. The colors stretch out endlessly, and although their borders remain, it shows no sign of stopping. Beautiful. It's magnificent, isn't it? Don't you want to get a closer look? He squats down beside me, mumbling to himself as if he's reciting a poem. Is it close to me or far away? How big is it? Strange questions that have no answer flood my mind, gradually overwhelming me until there is nothing else left to think about. Then, the whole world finally goes dark. Wait, we went back one day. My honest reaction to that? Slowly but surely, he opens his eyes. This ceiling, it looks familiar, yet completely strange at the same time. What is this place? Is this heaven? After a short moment of doubt, he realizes how stupid that question actually sounds. How silly. Even if heaven and hell both existed, neither of them would look like this. That leaves only one conclusion. Finally, you're the last one to wake up. Zack's deeper than usual voice hums from above, properly waking up Neko. Hum me up, will you? Neko tries to stand up and two large hands lift her up from behind. The others are also in the room, standing around Neko in a circle. Everyone looks that serious. Seeing their faces, the memories return at long last. Images flash before Neko's eyes. Most of them are extremely unpleasant. It feels like nothing I did even mattered. Don't say that, we've all been so worried about you. Yeah, she's right. Although it's a pain, just mean just fell asleep and now you wake up. Looks like we can't enjoy a single moment without at least one little girl awake. These words have a certain weight to them, but the hidden information behind them is too much to process right now. You two are still Cecile and Zack. That's right. Well, I can only speak for myself. I'm still Zack. I mean, this me right here is Zack and the other one isn't. Hell, I don't understand. None of this makes any sense. What exactly happened? What's going on? I haven't figured it out yet. When I woke up, I was already in this room. The same for everyone. Judging by the way we woke up one after the other, there's a bit of a delay, but the difference is negligible. By the way, keep your voice down. The store manager has just fallen asleep outside. It's been a long grueling day. You can't say that again. So what time is it now? 12 p.m., huh? But the date is the tricky part. Cecile stepped forwards to hand Justin a towel. In 6 hours, we'll get up early, grab our equipment, and go to the school together with the store manager. And then we'll come back here? Only now does he realize how sweaty he is. Neko's whole body looks like somebody threw her in a pool. All that sweat makes me wonder about the way you died. Wait, the way I what? Quinn and I found something weird in the classroom. How do I describe this? It was shapeless, like a gooey, meaty mass. It had eyes everywhere and made sounds that resembled some kind of indescribable speech. Before we could react, it swelled up to the size of a car and chased us across the room between the desk and chairs. We reached the stairs, but it was smart. It blocked our way, so we never had an opportunity to get past it. Before we knew it, we ended up on the rooftop, trapped. Cecile lowers her head. Her expression is a mixture of fear and deep sadness. Quinn was so frustrated. She said something and pushed me down. As I fell, all I saw from the corner of my eye was her body being thrust against the railing, totally crushed by that mass of flesh. Blood sprayed everywhere. Cecile squeezes her face to stop it from trembling. Zack puts a hand on her shoulders as if to tell her that she doesn't have to say anything else. My situation was a little more complicated than that. I also saw a fleshy sludgy thing. They can separate and split into multiple parts. They may look slow, but they're incredibly fast and agile. They can turn into all kinds of shapes. And did those things get to you too? No, they just appear, and I saw them, but I killed myself. What do you say? Wait, you mean... That's right, Nine is here too. Though deep down he anticipated something like this might happen, the news of Dan's appearance still manages to shake Justin to his core. God fucking damn it, Dan! Even with me basically being in the same body, there was a world of difference between the two of us. He managed to jump me, he just turned up out of nowhere. What exactly did he... I mean, how would he know? Don't ask me, we're all in the same boat. I don't know any more than you do. Doug sighs heavily and turns his head to the side. Dan is a heavy smoker. He's even worse than the store manager. When he sat down to smoke, Neko and Scarlet often had to flee the room. The air, if you could even still call it that, became unbearable. Maybe this memory of Neko is trying to tell Justin something. The smell isn't as harsh and suffocating in the memory as it was in reality. A small relief. So that's how we all failed. It's hard to come to terms with it. Mumbling to himself, Justin slowly accepts the cruel reality of it all. We have to admit that nothing went as we thought it would. This whole operation was over before it even started. On top of that, there are actual monsters at the school, the likes of which we've never seen before, and there's no doubt that something is seriously wrong with that massive hole at the tennis court too. Nothing along the timeline went as it should have. Our intervention changed things. Think about it. I was attacked at the very moment I was busy with the blackout part of our plan. You guys became targets after finding Queen and Liam. It's as if somebody was aware of our every move. That guy appeared right in front of Suck. Got all this scheming and plotting behind the scenes with Dan's doing. He didn't hesitate for a second before attacking his own body. I don't even think he's human. Just a merciless, heartless beast. Would this really be the way it all ends? Does Dan know something? Maybe something we don't? Judging by what you said, he didn't seem surprised to see himself at all. True, maybe there is something only he knows. I never expected him to show up at the school like that. None of this makes any sense. What's his current condition if Zack's the one who's been using his body all this time? Is there some other way to travel around? I mean, if you use a time machine, you can take your body with you, right? I don't know. I've never heard Scarlet or Neko mention anyone who could have that kind of knowledge besides the store manager. They wouldn't have had to take such big risk with us if they knew more people who are familiar with this kind of stuff. Maybe Dan was playing dumb the whole time. If I remember correctly, those monsters at the school never attacked him. Do you think Dan is somehow working with them as well? Oh, come on, really? Those things, the way they move? I can't think of a single effective way of fighting them. They can change shape and get past anything, plus they're incredibly strong. I didn't find anything about them that could help us. The store manager can't help us, so we can't rely on spells and rituals like we did in the past. We have no idea what they are or what they're called. We're up against the unknown that has no problems outmaneuvering us anywhere. It's much stronger than us, and all we have is a taser and a shotgun loaded with freaking paintballs. Nothing works in our favor this time around. Detective's pessimistic conclusion causes a collective sigh throughout the room. Well, what more is there to say? You're right. Justin lowers his head. Someone with his sense of responsibility has a hard time dealing with this feeling of failure. But worrying is a waste of time. He doesn't need comfort or nice words. He needs actions and results. Why? Isn't it obvious? Two birds with one stone. This annoying brat is here, and I get to kick your ass. Where else would I be if I'm not here? I'm not sure what happened, and I don't know what's going on, but we're still alive and kicking. That's all that counts right now. Nothing is set in stone yet. Now that we know Dan has his eyes set on Queen and Liam, it's obvious that they must be of value to him. Getting to them before he does and taking them away from the school should give us some much needed time to prepare. As long as we know the situation at the history building, we should be able to move around freely. That's the gist of it, right? Exactly. The outcome can't possibly get any worse anyway. I'm sorry for this change of plan, but I can't think of any other way. I mean, if you're stuck in a time loop, which is what I assume is the situation right now, we're stuck in a time loop until we figure shit out. Excuse me, I'm having my coffee. The best way to deal with a time loop, if we go by every single time loop movie in the world, but especially Groundhog Day, especially those, all you have to do is repeat over and over again while doing different things until you figure out what sticks, because the other people are not in the time loop, I would hope. So you know, you just figure out what actually sticks. Don't be, whatever it takes. Zack clenches his fist as his gaze becomes more determined. God, why did I get a cold? Now I'm so sniffy. This is the worst. This determination rubs off on Cecile as well, and her fighting spirit is renewed. Even if it doesn't have anything to do with Jasmine, I don't want Queen to meet such a cruel fate either. And I won't be able to sleep peacefully until I make that sadistic idiot with his annoying laugh suffer. Cecile crosses her arms and looks at the others with a serious expression on her face. All their efforts to save somebody have only resulted in 2 more people dying. Justin can't accept that. Even though this case has reached a magnitude that none of them could have anticipated, Justin can't deny that their overall preparation was lackluster. What with the other two being students themselves, he feels an obligation to lead them and keep them safe. But come on, they're the only ones in the bodies of adults. Zack can handle himself, and Cecile is a clever girl. Justin still feels a strong sense of responsibility in the sense of Justin still why can't I read like a normal person? Still, Justin feels a strong sense of responsibility in the face of such danger. It is his duty to keep the others from getting hurt. One question is eating away at Justin, though. Now that they have more information, will the others keep on supporting him and go along with his plan? Before Justin can say anything, Zack starts to speak, raising one eyebrow like he always does. I should just beat myself to a pulp right now, but he won't have much to laugh about then. Zack, don't joke about that. Cecile seems overly excited. Her concern for everyone is obvious, and her shocked reactions always make Zack's dumb jokes way funnier than they have any right to be. You know, is the the comedy routine. Zack turns to the side and gestures towards Justin. I'm serious this time, and I trust you. Zack's voice is hoarse. Staring into Neko's eyes still confuses him, and it stirs up a whirlwind of mixed emotions. But he'll stand by his words. Considering all the things they've seen, which nobody would ever have believed to be real, who's to say hope doesn't exist? Weighing the odds is the wrong approach right now. They simply have to trust each other and believe in themselves. Justin attempts a fearless, undetermined gaze, as much as his childlike face will allow. And I'm with you. Let's do this. To get there. Back to day 9. The dark of night offers the best disguise he could hope for. His shoes makes a dull sun on the concrete, but doesn't travel far. He is experienced, walking softly and barely making any noise. The past has been his teacher, giving him confidence in his abilities. Hi, Dan. All of this is the result of sheer muscle memory. It's as if he's become one with the air surrounding him as he moves on silently. As it turns out, this is simply another talent amplified by the body swap, something that Zack has taken for granted up until now. Having a skill set like this can hurt. The fence is quite high, with a metal railing at the top. Lush trees stretch out above it, and even the smallest movement would be enough to shake the branches. He can't risk being exposed. He stretches the muscles in his broad back, then pulls himself up and quietly squeezes through the gap at the top of the fence. The tools in his backpack are tightly wrapped. Being on his own makes this job particularly dangerous for Zack, but he's the only one with a chance of pulling it off successfully. The threat is very real. Everything is still a confusing mess, and their plan is far from perfect. Stepping up and taking action is the only way forward, otherwise there won't be a future to speak of. When it came to deciding who should handle the job that requires smashing through the glass windows, the choice was obvious. It seems he'll never be able to leave his past actions and behavior behind him. He volunteered to go alone. Under the cover of night, he moves swiftly and unseen, the darkness consuming his every action. How he feels about it all, whether he is sad or scared, none of that matters. Distractions such as emotions will have to wait until the sun comes up. He must do what has to be done before he loses the cover of the night. That's pretty much it. Let me take care of the rest. I kick to the two large backpacks in front of me and look at my friends. You sound optimistic, but doesn't it ultimately just boil down to you waiting on the sidelines until you hear from us? Neko rolls her eyes and plays with the wire cutter in her hand, flicking it around like a butterfly knife. Her skills seem to have improved quite a bit since the start of our journey. Although I should be glad to have someone like that on my team, it leaves me with mixed feelings. I would like to say that I've taken on the role of a parental guardian, and I'm fairly certain most parents wouldn't consider hacking and lockpicking skills to be proud of. Oh, come on, I would be very proud if I had a child and they could hack and lockpick. That's very impressive for a child. That's just the first step, and the important part comes afterwards. Improvising is never easy. Well, that's one way of saying we didn't have enough time to prepare. We are out in the open and at the empty tennis court. The school being closed is a big help. It makes our job easier. Rumors about the weird holes on the court have been spreading like wildfire throughout the school, which means very few people dare to come here. Students love to tell scary stories, and we can use that to our advantage to make sure there aren't any unwanted interruptions. The general fear of the unknown is coming in handy, quite ironic considering the fact that we are the experts who are brought in to address these fears. Will Dan really be there later? He's not responding to any of my calls. Too unreliable for my taste. Oh god, my nose. My nose is itchy. Why is the cold doing this to me when I love it so much? Why is it giving me the nose itchiness and the colds? Why is the climate betraying me like this? He just woke up a little too late. He left early in the morning, said he was heading out to have a look around. Suddenly he can't wait any longer and is out and about so early. He should be more considerate. It's good to prepare, but making a racket and stopping Jasmine from getting harassed is wrong. It's rare for that guy to take the initiative. I think he considers your whole approach to be too casual and slow. But not being where he's supposed to be at the appointed time is another matter altogether. You two are quite protective of him today. We still have 15 minutes left. You're not nervous, are you? Do you want me to answer that honestly? Never mind. In the past I was able to help others with my knowledge, but this time I have to rely on everyone's combined experience and expertise. Neko's genius, Carlos' acting, Zach's strength. I have never depended on or asked this much of them before. Even if nobody said anything and followed me here, that feeling of my own incompetence still creeps into my heart. Scarlet seems to understand what I'm thinking all too well and doesn't dwell on the subject any further. By the way, what makes you so sure you'll be able to stop that thing in the history building? There's nothing we can do about it if it turns up anywhere else, is there? Sorry, I'd rather not answer that right now. It could interfere with the plan. I promise to explain everything properly once the dust has settled. It may not sound like a valid reason, but I trust my judgment on this one. If the enemy is truly aimless when it comes to their target selection, the odds of them finding the right place straight away are slim. The timing of it is key here. The changes to the exhibit original's layout could very well affect the thief's plans. In order to cover up the truth, the piece in question has been returned to its original position and is still on display. If that is indeed the intended target, the enemy will surely try to steal it again, with us laying in wait. If they don't show up, then it's possible that the artifact they're after is the one that was stolen from the museum. However, not many people know about the replacement location, allowing us to narrow down the scope of the investigation accordingly. If they have no knowledge about this at all and are simply going in blindly, all my guesses would turn out to be incorrect. Naturally, the whole plan would fail. Luckily, I believe that the chances of that being the case are very low. Everyone involved will have to play their cards sooner or later. Once that happens, there is no changing the situation. The mere thought of this stirs up a sense of adventure in me that I haven't felt in a long time. Thinking happy thoughts, you're smiling all of a sudden. Huh? Am I? Is my face that easy to read? No, it's just, forget it. All that's left now is for Dan to come to the meeting point. Let's hope he takes this seriously and doesn't fool around. Neko, do you know how to use that thing you're carrying? It's not exactly common, that's why I'm asking. I watched Neko fiddle with the taser. The plastic casing and its block-shaped frame with yellow stripes on the front make it look fancier than it actually is. But that doesn't make it less practical. Tech like that always looks strange to the uninformed, so I'd better keep my opinion about it to myself. Don't worry, I found a good tutorial how it works online. Wait, you what? And you're absolutely sure you can trust that information? Well, let's see. Echo lowers her head, pressing buttons on the taser until an obnoxious beeping sound can be heard. I'd suddenly get a very ominous feeling in my gut. You can never be sure unless you try, right? What the... I should have expected that. Well, that's that. So, are you sure everything's okay? It smells burnt. It is a taser. I don't know, this is designed for crowd control during riots, so it should be fine. It's... no. 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 Tasers aren't safer than guns. The same way that rubber bullets are not any less dangerous than, you know, regular bullets, for the record. Anyway, he won't be able to move for a while, that's for sure. Just impulse the two electro darts of the store manager's skin and rolls the insulated copper wire back together. The wires conduct electricity, meaning they probably shouldn't be left stuck in the target's skin. Also, to avoid abuse by its user, the taser gun dispenses dozens of small, confetti-like paper scraps with serial numbers on them whenever it's fired. Picking them all up is a real hassle and next to impossible. Cleaning everything up is tricky, and this weapon is obviously only intended to subdue and incapacitate an opponent in a non-lethal way, even though it can definitely kill people, because you're just sending a shitload of electricity into a body. Since it leaves so many traces after being fired, only someone who knows wait. It's the typos. The typos always confuse me. Only someone who knows they are in the right would fire openly. Oh no, people would fire it openly just because they can. For the record, like, it's a weapon. People would do whatever the fuck they want. This situation, however, is what Justin would describe as a moral gray area. He tucks the darts away and reloads the taser. The voltage was enough to make him pass out for a while. The taser operates on simple batteries, so it's best not to expect it to work this well multiple times in a row. Could you look for something to tie him up with? It doesn't sound nice, I know, but he won't stay unconscious forever, and once he wakes up, I'm pretty sure he'll have a lot to complain about, meaning he'll get loud. Very loud. Right, yeah, I'll go look for some rope. Justin looks at Cecile's panicked expression and starts having his doubts about whether she'll be alright. No, I'm bothered, I've got this. I have a big old roll of duct tape here, enough to wrap him up like a mummy. Zack, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. I took my time. I just wanted to make sure that Jasmine is safe and sound. God damn. That took a while. Every time Jasmine's name is mentioned, Neko's body trembles a little. Though the feeling was incredibly weird at first, after a couple of days of adjusting to it, Justin has gotten used to it. Come on, store manager, just enjoy some sweet dreams for a while. Ugh, jeez, was he always this happy? That gets to work. Loud ripping and tearing noises can be heard due to all the duct tape. That's gonna be killer to take off, because oh boy, the body hair. Oh boy, that's gonna hurt. Zack seems relaxed and happy as he quietly hums to himself. His whole demeanor is eerily similar to that of the real Dan, just in realizing that a face can't really hide anything. That's why the faces of people driven by evil thoughts are so scary. I assume that since he's not been beaten to a pulp by security guards, Zack pulled off his job successfully. I hope so, truth be told. That's what I've been most worried about when it comes to this plan. His body looks different, sure, but his brain is still the same size, so... Hey guys, I'm right here. I can hear you. Well, what's done is done. We're off to a good start. I understand your concern, and you're right. As the old me, I probably would have been caught by security before even making it inside, but everything went smoothly. I climbed up to the top floor from the side wall, then managed to make it to the window and crawl inside. Did you get bitten by a spider and forgot to tell us about it? Who can say? Only Dan knows. Anyway, once I got close, my body took over. It was as if I reacted to everything before it could even register in my brain. Is that how veterans act? He's no ordinary veteran. I'm guessing that this guy has been in more military camps than he can count. By the way, here it is. I'm not sure what this little bell is for, but maybe you're familiar with it? Ah yes, the bell from last time that served no purpose. Zack pulls a black cloth out of his pocket and opens it. Wrapped inside is a small bell. Doesn't really look like a famous artifact. Did you find out what it's called? I tried, but there's as good as nothing about it. I scoured the internet and it seems to be a pretty recent discovery. Very little is known about it. Maybe any research on it isn't available to the public. Without a written dissertation that has been officially published, it makes sense that so little information is available. No idea. I'm the wrong person to ask about that kind of stuff. Justin sighs, although he could have guessed that things would turn out like this in the end. Why don't you ask me? Zack spreads his arms as his less than stellar attempt at a joke. Not funny. What's next, Justin? Are we going to proceed as planned? We have no reason not to try. We have the bell and are all ready to involve to turn back. Justin wraps the bell back up and passes it to Zack. It's almost weightless, as if unaffected by gravity. After some careful consideration, Justin allows Zack to shove it into his backpack. Zil and I will go find Queen and Liam. It should be safe as long as you stay clear of the library. This time I will stop her before she reaches the library. Whatever happens, I can't let her get near the school building again. In that case, I'll lend you my taser, just to be on the safe side. Maybe it would make sense to use Liam as bait. I tried that yesterday, those two have a lot of secrets. Okay, thanks. Cecile grabs the taser. She looks a little sad. And then we'll sneak off Witch's Meat and go home. That has to be the way, doesn't it? Still puts a hand to her forehead. She looks exhausted. If there were any other way, we wouldn't be doing this. There aren't many others at this school who could be after the bell. None could find out and come after us. If that happens, I want us to be ready. That's why I was fiddling with the circuitry earlier, remember? You'll learn how to set up electric shock traps from a monkey controlling a human body. I can't be the only one who realizes how ridiculous that sounds. Monkey or not, as long as the traps work, that's all that counts. Justin steps in front of Zack. He gazes at the young man, an inexplicable fire burning behind his eyes. I know this is a chaotic operation, even more so than yesterday, but we know more now and we are aware of the most important points. If everything goes according to plan, it will be much better than yesterday. I sure hope so. Dan is strong, stronger than all of us combined. Nothing can take him by surprise. He's cool and calculating. I saw that with my own eyes yesterday. That means he must have known something that we were still unaware of at the time. We need to find out what happened afterwards. Zack's pessimistic words come at a bad time, but he's right. Digging into his memories makes Justin lose some of his motivation. Still, their only option is to go forward. Zack's courage and perseverance, in spite of the hopeless situation, inspire Justin. I don't know if Jasmine will let us try again, and I don't plan on ending up as cannon fodder. We won't throw our lives away. We have to be brave if we ever want to solve this. That's just about the most uplifting thing I have heard you say yet. I could use a breakthrough. Zack looks a little lost and stares off into the distance. Trust me one more time. All of us can pull this off together. Okay? You're in charge. We're with you. Thanks. All of us together. Following his old habits, the detective reaches out to the tip of his hat before realizing his hand is grasping at thin air. He's not wearing a hat. It takes a few seconds before he remembers which body his soul is occupying at the moment. What, you're not coming to the event? Come on, showing up to these things is every once in a while won't kill you. Me being there will only cause trouble. I'm aware of my reputation and so are you, so there's no need to be nice to me. You always refuse to participate. Sooner or later the teacher will take notice, and once he steps in, all of us will suffer. I see. Damn, just let me think about it. Doesn't matter anyway, did something happen? At first I thought you were just in a bad mood. No, it's just... I'm sorry to interrupt, but this young man has work to do. Right, what? Do you know that guy? I know him, but I need to talk to you about something. It has to do with what happened yesterday. Huh? Hey, you don't have some kind of deal with a foreign coach, do you? If there's one thing I hate, it's people who betray their country and sell their pride for money. Use your head, will ya? Do you really think someone with my reputation and skill level would get scouted? What should I know? Could be that you just kept your real talent hidden from us all along. You have a healthy imagination, I'll give you that. I see you two are right. The magic of friendship. And down the sarcasm. You've seen this, right? This kind of stuff is exactly why I can't go with you. I'm sure your teacher has been notified and will inform you sooner rather than later. I just returned from the principal's office, so if you have any questions, take it up with your teacher. Okay. I'll be borrowing him then. See you later. Anyway, hey, don't run me along like that. Get your hands off of me. I could walk just fine on my own. Huh, that guy's Chinese was really good for a foreigner. Me racist. Well, he really bought it. I think something like this would work in real life. That was straight out of a movie. I'll be the one getting in trouble for it, so you have nothing to worry about anyway. Handle it, alright? Trust me. Trust you? How can I? When we first met, you lied and pretended to be a tourist. Oh, right, I did, didn't I? Back to the point, what do you want? It really has something to do with what happened yesterday, that wasn't a lie. You mean that animal in the mountains? You still haven't given up yet? I don't give up that easily. Hey, over there! Take a look at that! What is it? Zack quietly moves behind Liam, forming a pretend pistol with his fingers. He slowly presses it against Liam's back. What? Shh, keep it down. Wouldn't want anyone to take notice now, would we? Good boy. Gay. I can't believe you managed to bring something like that inside the school grounds. He's not, but it's funny that you think that his finger is a gun. I'm not gonna lie to you, the school hired me because I'm an expert. I didn't bring this gun along to use it on kids, just to make that clear. Things have been somewhat chaotic around here, and your principal is a lot more anxious about it than you think. Huh, that old guy is only worried about the festival and saving face. It's not a good guy, it's all in his personal interest. What a familiar answer. Zack feels a little strange. Liam is straightforward and easy to read. He doesn't hide anything. Zack decides to answer with equally familiar words. That's none of my concern. After you spoke to me yesterday, I asked the student union to help me search the area. You should know the rest. I'm a professional, you understand? Not just some random Uma fanboy. That's why I was called in. If you don't want to help, I'll have to get the student union involved again. Oh, that's right. You and them don't get along, right? Is that the reason enough? Like, my nose... Oh god, my nose. So itchy. What do you want from me? Peace of mind, that's all. That way you won't be missing any limbs anytime soon, provided things go well. Zack uses his imposing body to block the glances of the other students. He presses his finger gun against Liam's back once more. For now, you just have to follow me. Okay, one down, another one to go. Okay, I'll write up a report then. Sorry for making you come all the way out there. Out here, rather. What can I read? Don't worry, your job is much more stressful than mine. You look exhausted. Don't say that. You guys do your job so well that there's barely anything left for me to do. I'm nearly finished anyway. We've been preparing this for so long at this point, it seems like the school is simply torturing us on purpose. Oh, midterm exams are coming up pretty much right after, so hang in there. Please, I don't think I can handle that kind of pressure. Anyway, I'll be heading back now. Okay, good luck. Let's hope today goes by peacefully. I hate to say it, but I'm afraid the chances of that being the case are slim. Cecile has been waiting for the perfect moment to make her entrance as dramatic and Scarlet-like as possible. She's good at it. I have to give it to her. Well, I can't say I had high hopes, especially with you guys around. You look exhausted. Had a long trip? Quite a long walk across the school grounds. You take breaks along the way too, right? You came all the way out here, so I assume you want to talk to me about something. I could really use your help with something. Could you spare the time? There's no need for you to be so polite. The principal made it clear that helping you out is of the highest priority. I see. Well, we're here to catch a thief, after all. I just came here to see if there was anything I could help with concerning the preparations, but of course your matters are more pressing. Oh god, my nose. My nose. My nose! Oh, it's right now, was it? When it's itchy. Oh. Why am I getting like the allergies? It's winter. I'm not well, almost winter. I'm not supposed to get the allergies. So what do you need me to do? We came across a student who may very well have some information that could help us, but he doesn't seem particularly open to sharing his thoughts. That's why we thought we should talk to someone who knows him better. Someone who knows him better. Is it someone from the student union? No, he's not one of yours. I think you mentioned his name yesterday. Wait, yesterday? Are you talking about... That's right, I'm talking about that student named Leon. That won't be easy, actually. I told you about it yesterday, didn't I? He had some problems with the student union because... No need to elaborate, he's already told us why. Truthfully, he hasn't. Saki's probably talking to Liam like this as well right now. Relying on the information and memories from yesterday is the best way to quickly gain their trust. Queen looks somewhat upset for a second, but she quickly regains her composure. Why come to me if you already know? We don't have any other choice. He's in a pretty bad state right now, mentally I mean. You two have been at each other's throats for so long that I'm sure you know each other really well. Every word we say to him could provoke a bad reaction. Strangers like us won't be able to handle it as well as you could. Queen considers this for a moment. Due to her own experiences, the words seem to resonate with her. That sounds really serious. Is Lian in some kind of trouble? I think we pushed him too much. We thought he was simply an eyewitness, but asking him all sorts of questions made him remember something horrible. It seems likely he saw whatever is haunting this school. Just the memory of that was enough to scare him. Liam's scared. Even he... I didn't think it was that serious. Of course, we wanted to find out what exactly he knows, but more importantly, we can't leave him like this. We need to find a way to make him snap out of it. You see, you have seen the danger done to this school with your own eyes. Now imagine that same damage being done to people instead of property. So, will you help us? Oh, of course, lead the way. Why do I suddenly feel like something's really wrong? Help! Somebody help! The auditorium is on fire! Wait, what? How could that happen? Are you with the student union? Does anyone know how to use a fire hydrant? Has anyone called the firefighters yet? I did, but I don't think they'll make it in time. Crap, I'll go check it out. What? Nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. The students are scaring each other more than anything, but Justin can't judge them for it, especially after having set the building on fire. He hasn't forgotten about Neko's very effective smoke bombs back at the Sanjun building. Fortunately for him, the chemistry labs in this school are well equipped, but their doors aren't particularly secure. If it hadn't been for that, he could have never prepared things so quickly, even with Neko's intrinsic knowledge. How did she know so far in advance that we've been needing this now? The amount of smoke is immense. These things are highly volatile and have to be handled with great care, especially since they are handmade rather than professionally assembled. Even though Neko's genius and even though Neko's a genius and simply loves tinkering, it's scary that she knows how to build things like that. I wonder how she got started with all of this in the first place. Never mind, that's a topic for another day. Justin hurries towards the school gates. There's only one thing in his mind: clearing a way out of here so everybody can get out safely. What's going on here? What's with all the police? What's going on? Why are there so many people outside all of a sudden? Hey you, over there, get away from the door. Sorry officer, but is there a problem? I have work to do this afternoon, so I have to go back. No, we have clear instructions. This place is sealed off. Nobody's allowed in or out. But why? This has nothing to do with me. I'm only going to repeat it one last time. Step away or we'll have no other choice but to use force. Crap, fine, I'm stepping away. You can put down your hands. What the hell is going on today? Those are some very tight security measures. Justin's mind is whirring. There's no way of getting inside since the whole place has been sealed off. Even if he had wings, he would probably get shot down from the sky trying to get in. Using the taser on one or two people would have been manageable, but with the way things are now, a sneaky approach is next to impossible. Hey kid, you can't be walking around here on your own. Get back to your mom and dad. Huh? Are you just trying to catch a bad guy? Wow, it looks so cool. This is dangerous, so please stay around adults and don't walk around on your own. I'm serious. And don't go near the history building. If an adult asks you why, tell them it's a direct order from the police. Do you understand? Okay, bye. So children and adults receive the same cold treatment. The blockade is even stricter than expected. They definitely weren't sent here because of the emergency call. The response time was way too quick, and sealing off the entrance with such measures would be unnecessary to simply put out a fire. Judging by the way they're handling this, it wouldn't come as a surprise if they wouldn't even let the real firefighters through. The auditorium is cleared out already. I don't understand what all the fuss is about. Also, they specifically mentioned that we should stay away from the history building. What's going on there that they don't want us to see? If Zack's theft was the reason to provoke such a fierce reaction from the school, they would have called the police much earlier. The equipment is high-tech, the markings on their cars are different from those on regular police vehicles, and in most cases, no police officer in this city is that well armed. This doesn't have anything to do with what Zack stole. The store manager is still in the storage room. We haven't done anything at the history building. If it wasn't any of them, then that means somebody else is carrying out their own plans at this very moment. Oh no, it's the actual dad, isn't it? Crap, this is bad if we don't hurry. Never before has Justin been this angry at himself for not putting things together sooner. What's with all the commotion outside? Loud footsteps come and go, and everything's a seal. The room is dark, since they turn all the lights off to avoid attracting attention. A faint, stale smell lingers in the air. Zack can't sit still and walks up to Cecile, scratching his head. I don't know, it sounds like it's coming from the auditorium. Should I go take a look? I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe it's Neko's doing. If that's the case, it could interfere with things if you were spotted outside. Alright, whatever you say. How much longer are they still going to dawdle? They've been holed up in here for so long, my hair is starting to fall off from the stress. Why worry about it when it's not even your own body? It's a matter of pride, Cecile. One that unifies all men under one banner. I wouldn't expect you to understand. As soon as one single hair leaves the scalp, all of us share the pain. Besides, my family on my dad's side has always had a baldy receding hairline, and... Okay, I get it. Calm down and stop sharing unnecessary information like that with me. Although you're probably safe, just saying. The bald gene is on the mother's side of the family. So if your mom's side of the family isn't, like, doesn't have bald people, like, if your grandfather from your mother's side wasn't bald, you're probably safe. Because the mother's half of the DNA that you, well, it's not half, quote unquote, half of the DNA that you get is the one that defines whether you go bald or not. So, honey, you're gonna be fine. Also, some people can't rock the bald, like, look. Not everyone, but some. I wouldn't worry too much. Cecile pushes a hype-up sack away, her expression a mix of annoyance and disgust. The only thing I can agree with is the part about the stress. I'm with you on that. Putting Quinn and Liam in the same room seemed like a bad idea from the very beginning. They are huddled in a corner, staring at each other. Hey, mind putting some distance between us? I can't concentrate with you all up in my face. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. What do you have to concentrate on in a place like this anyway? Just random things, when I'm not concentrating on judging others, unlike some people. And just who are you referring to when you say some people? Take a wild guess. Hey, just for the record, I came here to help because I was told you were in a state of shock because you saw something horrible. A blatant lie, as it turns out. Whatever stories those two made up, that's none of my business, and I never asked for your help, did I? It's my obligation to help the students at this school if I hear there's something wrong. I don't need your permission to do so, do I? Oh, and suddenly you're concerned about me. Where was the concern of yours when you took the principal's side after he announced the track and field ban? There was already a compromise. What else can I do if you just stubbornly refuse to accept it? What? You call that compromise a good solution? Making others take the fall just to save face? I acted in the school's best interest. I was right along. You've been so blinded by the feeling of authority that you can't tell right from wrong anymore. What did you say? The argument is growing more intense by the second. Cecile is just about to say something, but before she can, Zack steps in and walks up to the two students. Both of you, calm down. If I had known you were gonna lock me up with terrible people, I would have tried to run away even if your finger gun had been real. This is hell on earth. You just wanted information from me, didn't you? If I tell you everything right now, will you let me go? You've got quite a temper, young man, so stubborn and round-minded. A little more composure would do your charisma quite a favor. Huh, charisma. It's not like he had any of that to start with. You two just kiss and make up like normal straights, please. What? You wanna say that again? I'm sorry for having misled you. By now, both of you should have realized that we didn't bring you here just to ask you a few questions. It's truly a nervous how you can lie with such a straight face, miss. Queen's resentful glare makes Cecile feel pretty bad about herself. It is just like the store managers once said. She is a person with an honest heart, unable to lie and deceive people. It's fine. She's not Cecile right now. She's Scarlet. Scarlet would never let something like this get to her. Cecile reminds herself of this over and over again. Let's just say I had good acting coaches. Anyway, as soon as the other get here, we're all leaving the school. I'm not going to do anything to you, but if you don't watch your backs, I can't guarantee you'll make it out unharmed. Leaving the school? Like going off campus? That's right. I've told you everything you need to know. You can either cooperate, or I'll have to carry you out of here over my shoulder. Your choice. Oh, and let this serve as a friendly reminder. Just because the taser is labeled non-lethal doesn't mean it won't hurt. A lot. And also it doesn't mean it won't kill you, because tasers are in fact extremely lethal. So, why did you come looking for us? To be honest, there's something we have wanted an answer to for a while now too. Someone has it out for you so badly that they've sent something after you. It's our job to prevent things from coming full circle. Again. I don't quite understand what you mean. Liam has seen the danger with his own eyes, so he probably knows a little more than you. The fact that the principal personally invited us here proves how serious the situation has become. Something outside the realm of common sense is happening at this school. We've been given a conclusion to it all, but no reason. Wait, so you're saying someone's targeting us, but you don't even know the reason why? Believe it or not, that's actually quite common. It doesn't if we could theoretically get into contact with the enemy. Starting a fight on school grounds is irresponsible. Wait, contact? You can talk to those flesh-lodged things? Hear that, Queen? I told you he knows things. In this case, contact means actual confirmation of the existence of certain mythical beings. As it happens, the store manager has studied the tales left behind by ancient civilizations, and he assumes that you have something to do with a ritual, whether intentionally or unintentionally. You make it sound like we'll be wearing robes and chanting weird spells as we wave branches around. Our team members have fought off entities more horrifying than this with nothing more than pen and paper. A wall is a wall to them. It doesn't matter what you use to build it. But there's more to it than simply carving a pattern into something. These rituals are hardly complicated. We refer to them as rituals for the sake of convenience. The truth is, our knowledge is so limited that we simply have to try everything and hope something works. We don't know the mechanisms behind any of these rituals. Humans, and that includes us, are quite primitive in that regard. Do you understand what I'm saying? When things reach a point at which nothing makes sense anymore, the experts, meaning us, get called in to piece the puzzle together. Even we don't know whether we piece it together correctly until the very end, but we have to try. So long as the store manager thinks you need protection, we'll keep an eye on you. I know the whole situation seems absurd and doesn't make much sense, but that comes with the territory. It's only going to get worse from here, just saying. That's the important part. Knowing too much isn't always an advantage. That's unfair, you barely explained anything at all. Queen, only half of the reason for bringing you here was a lie. The other half is real. Very much so. I've experienced it firsthand. Okay, enough chit-chat for now. Getting us a cab out of here shouldn't be that hard. What's taking so long? I'm getting next on a signal in here. I'll go outside and call Justin. Stand by the window and keep an eye out, okay? Seal nods and watches as Zack leaves the building. He probably should have done that. Hey, you. Same question, President. Hey, don't ignore me. Hey, listen, this is Eris. What are you talking about? You heard everything they were saying just now, right? And I wasn't lying. About those strange shadows you saw? It is what it is, I guess. Stop being so stubborn. This isn't the right time to be acting up like this. What are you getting at? This isn't just about you trying to prove how honest you are, is it? Listen, since we're the only ones who seem to be involved in this, that got me thinking. Could what they're looking for have something to do with what happened when we were in junior high? What has it been? 3 years? You heard what that big guy said? Things have been happening that don't make any sense, and you've seen them with that kid. Kid? You mean Neko or you mean just me? I have to admit, when you put it like that, it does make sense. Does it? Then how about cluing me in? What? Liam's eyes go wide with fear, realizing he's been caught red-handed. He doesn't put up any resistance. I knew it. You're hearing something else. 3 years ago, the two of us went to junior high together. And you never cared to mention that because... Oh, come on, how am I supposed to know what you want to know? Anyway, even back then, she was obnoxious as hell. That's the only reason I haven't forgotten her face. You mentioned things outside the realm of common sense happening and all that, and it only just dawned on me. Okay then, elaborate. What happened 3 years ago? 3 years ago, a large group of people at our school suddenly fell ill, all at the same time. People got a fever and fell weak in their arms and legs, some even passed out. Also, the symptoms grew increasingly worse the further they moved away from the school. A group of students had to stay at the school for a little over 2 weeks. During that time, they were examined by doctors like guinea pigs. In the end, however, they couldn't find anything. No virus, no bacteria, nothing. A couple of classes were affected, but it wasn't contagious. That means a class right next door to an infected one could be in perfect health. There was no rhyme or reason to it. There was just one thing they all had in common. They had attended a PE class at the same time. Did your class get sick too? I wasn't in her class, but I noticed that she was one of the students who had to stay at school overnight because of the illness. Actually, it happened to me last night too. The last night. Yeah, after that night, everybody suddenly started to get better again. What happened? That night, I was so tired of being locked inside that I decided to get some fresh air. I snuck outside to the schoolyard after all the lights were off. As it turns out, she had the same idea. It was totally dark. I noticed Liam walking, or rather stumbling around. I had no idea where he was going. That buffoon right into me. Hey, how was I supposed to notice you when you were crouching down on the ground in dark? It was as if you were trying to make yourself as small as possible on purpose. Anyway, that's beside the point right now. We bumped our head against each other. Our fault, obviously. We got into an argument and started shouting at each other. A strange light suddenly emerged from the bushes next to us, possibly drawn out by the sound of our voices. Your fault, obviously. Anyway, the light looked iridescent, floating in mid-air like a ball. It looked sort of like flying mercury, but it didn't have any... It didn't have that metallic shine. It was glowing on its own rather than just reflecting something. The flowers and plants around it began to glow too. They even grew a little. The ball seemed wet and slippery for whatever reason. It was making strange clicking noises and started spinning around wildly. This guy here, smart as he is, decided to step in and catch it, grabbing it like a basketball. Hey, cut me some slack. I was simply trying to protect you. You should have seen yourself. Your eyes were glued to that thing as if you were under a spell. I'd bet all of these months' lunch money that if you saw it at the edge of a cliff right now, you wouldn't hesitate to for a second and jump right at it. When he grabbed it, the ball of light immediately exploded. It was like watching fireworks go off. Everything lit up and it was painfully bright. You could feel the flash through closed eyelids. It was like staring into the sun. Liam was shaking as if he'd been electrocuted. I reached for his hand, and the moment I touched it, I lost all my strength. You know that feeling of losing energy when you're donating blood? And that was how I felt, but it wasn't just a little blood, more like a geyser. The light was blinding and my body gave in. I felt so weak. I had no clue what was happening. Next thing I know, the doctor wakes up Quinn and me in our hospital beds. Afterwards, I learned that was the moment when all of the students stopped showing any symptoms. And you two decided to just keep that whole experience to yourself. There was no aftermath. Nothing ever happened again after that. It wasn't exactly fun, as you can imagine, so we both done our best to forget about it. Also, when you mentioned that kid, what are you talking about, Jasmine? What's the connection there? Well, after that ball of light disappeared, I thought I saw the kid secretly watching from the sidelines. That was 3 years ago. Considering kids that age grow up so fast, she should look different by now. When you picked her up, I could tell right away. It's her, no doubt about it. It's hard to explain, it's weird, but normal kids, or normal people of any age, for that matter, don't have that kind of look in their eyes. So you saw her too, huh? I was so far away from her at the time I thought I was simply seeing things. No, I'm absolutely sure those few seconds were enough. I'll never forget that dreadful feeling. So there you have it. 3 years ago. If you want to check in the information yourself, look for the news articles related to Kaisho Middle School 3 years ago. Many experts were brought in, but ultimately they never came to a conclusion. I really wish you would have told me you told me all of this earlier. We don't have much time. Excuse me, we know each other for less than 2 days, okay? Does any of this sound like something you would just share with a random stranger? I'm only telling you all of this because we're stuck in here. Yeah, can we be sure that there were no consequences later down the road? You were an athletic in junior high, were you? And then out of nowhere, you're jumping up and down like Spider-Man. Everyone thought that was a sudden and unexpected development. Boys grow up a little later. You should lead by example and take your biology classes a little more seriously, Miss Student Union President. It's not my job to explain the inner workings of the male body to you. Shut up, stop picking on me at a time like this. It's not like you got a good explanation for it. Do I really need one? Who knows, maybe I'm just naturally gifted. Okay, just give me a moment to process all of this. Cecile gets up from her chair, rubbing her forehead thoughtfully. Getting so much new and important information out of the two of them was completely unexpected. Cecile needs to share this with the others as soon as possible. Zach needs to know first. Though the two students don't seem like they're planning to run away, Cecile doesn't want to take any risks. Why hasn't he come back yet? A simple phone call shouldn't take this long. From 1 second to the next, her whole body goes stiff. Are you guys finally done talking? Oh, hi, evil Dan. A tall figure is hovering in the shadows by the door. That definitely isn't Zach. The aura of danger and hatred surrounding this person betrays his true identity. Though the face is the same, Zach would never have such cool eyes. Though the face is the same, Zach would never smile in such a cruel, sadistic way. Though the face is the same, Zach has a good heart, whereas this person is looking at them with absolute disdain and disregard, like a hunter who enjoys watching his prey suffer. More importantly, there can't be two Zachs in this world at the same time. Run! Sure thing, baby girl. Cecile clearly remembers what Zach told her about Dan's strength at his advantage over all of them. At least try to seize, would you? Put up a struggle. What a sorry sight. Are you really that weak? You cracked in less than 2 minutes. What a disgrace. Show some backbone, would you? Shut up. What was that? Shut up? You want me to shut up? Man up and make me. A shadow is flung towards Cecile as fast as black lightning. Only as the sound of the dull impact echoes through the room does Cecile realize that the shadow was Zack. The harsh collision nearly pushes his ribs through his lungs. Zack, are you okay? Zack! What does it look like? I'm going to assume bad. For a second, I thought you might be someone else. You've been using your fist more than your brain all your life, but you've been getting better at using that head of yours, haven't you? Don't act like you know me. Zack gasps for air and braces himself against the table in an effort to stand up. You're not worthy of knowing me. His chest is growing warmer. Cecile reaches out but pulls her hand back at the last second. She doesn't need to touch the red liquid dripping from Zack's chest to know what it is. Oh, that's quite some mouth you got, boy. Come on, keep talking. That's a punctured windpipe right there. But that shouldn't be a piece of cake for me, right? Zack is looking worse by the second. Cold sweat covers his whole body, mixing with the blood from his wounds and gradually soaking his shirt. A sudden terrible realization hits Cecile at that moment. Dan already had the upper hand before the fight even began. Holy shit, what is this? This. Quinn's face is frozen with fear. Liam is completely taken by surprise, looking as if he unknowingly walked onto an action movie set and is now caught in the crossfire. Driven by instinct, he stands up and extends an arm to shield Quinn from the danger. Cecile can see that Quinn is hiding away in the shadows behind Liam, desperately extending an arm behind her to reach for the window. Barely 5 minutes ago, Zack made sure the whole room was still shut. Oh, what a courageous young man we have here. You've got guts, I respect that. Well, you're not blind, are you? You can see the difference in strength between us. That being said, sit down and be quiet. I'll take care of you later. Don't come any closer. Stay away, you hear me? Seal pulls out the taser and musters up all her strength to stabilize her wrist. She points the taser straight at Dan, whose fierce laughter is growing more mocking by the second. Ah, there it is. I almost forgot you had something so fancy with you. The store manager never quite understood how to turn the safety off and almost electrocuted himself. My, time flies by so fast. It's almost like remembering the good old days back at summer camp. When it comes to technology, it looks like you and him are on the same wavelength as far as the stupidity is concerned. That switch needs to be turned up, not down, lady. Huh? Seal shows a moment of inattention, gives Dan enough time to move right next to her. You fell for it. Get away from me! Seal doesn't have time to think. Pulling the trigger is the only thing she can think of. She fires the taser pointing straight at Dan's chest. Ah ha ha ha, what a feeling, what a feeling. Dan's whole body twitches as his muscles spasm uncontrollably. The nasty smell of burnt skin fills the air. The voltage was so strong that a piercing beeping sound fills Cecile's ears. But even after all of this, Dan remains standing, showing no sign of backing down whatsoever. What a sensation! He smiles as if he's never smiled before, and places his hands on Cecile's head. What? Everything turns white and all sound suddenly fades away. A huge electric shock rushes through Cecile's brain. She collapses on the ground, her body twitching like a million ants are crawling across her skin. How about it? Doesn't it feel great? Get the hell away from me! Stop mucking around. Liam and Zack both start rushing towards Dan, one after the other. Dan casually avoids their attacks by sidestepping them effortlessly. My young friend, only dumb thugs yell in a fight, okay? Let's at least be professional about this. Dan pounces on Liam like a wild dog and kicks him into a pile of desks. Ah, yes, I forgot you were a thing. My bad. You. I won't get into it any further. No need to turn this into a teenage romance drama. Just shut up already. Come on, I'm only picking up what's mine from those two lovebirds. Why is it so hard for you to stay out of this? What? You heard what I'm saying, right? There's no need for you to play hero. But do what you must. You're going to die here anyway, no matter what. The seal watches as Dad slowly walks up to Zack, lifting his body off the ground with no effort at all. Zack punches and kicks viciously, but it's no use. They've been so wasteful with things I don't even understand. Although that thing only has a few fragments left, a complete recovery would make time travel a child's play. These two unlucky souls just so happened to stumble upon it at its weakest, gulping it all down right into their stomach, or lungs, who knows. In short, they were like children in a sandbox, unafraid of eating something inedible, not knowing what it would do to them in the long run. Their ignorance tore apart the door, shattered it to pieces. It took 3 whole years to make it usable again. There won't be another 3 years if we fail this time. That's why I've come back here to make sure the plan comes to fruition, regardless of whether you or anyone else interferes. You understand now, don't you? No? What are you talking about? Are you part of the weird cult? Are you part of the weird cult that... he knows. Are you part of the weird cult that was implied existed at the beginning? Is that what happened? Is that what happened? I'm going to assume. It is the whole reason for my existence. If you tamper with it, I will come back through time and kill you over and over again. Accept that and stay away from me. No. No. Dunstone is growing increasingly hateful. Even Cecile, who is still immobilized, can feel goosebumps all over her body. That's it. Our little heart-to-heart is over. Now die. Welcome to die. You piece of... Ah! Zack? As she lets out a horrified scream, 2 things drop right in front of Cecile's eyes. One of them is Zack's lifeless body, battered, bloody, and broken. The other thing is a red fleshy lung, dripping with blood. No, this can't be happening. Cecile can't open her eyes to face reality, for reality is much too cruel. No matter how many times I do it, I still feel bad about killing myself. What a nice body. It's not something you get used to, I'm afraid. Well, that's life, or death in this case. Mumbling to himself, Dan shakes drops of blood and chunks of flesh off his arm as he makes his way towards Cecile, one menacing step after another. The ominous sensation of a painful death creeps into Cecile's brain, freezing her in place. Hey, stay away from her or I'll shoot! Neko's voice can be heard through the door, exhausted and panting as if she'd just run a marathon. This time, it isn't enough to make Cecile feel safe. Some quick hands you got there, nice shotgun. Hope you haven't forgotten that I know about everything. You think I don't know what kind of bullets are in there? Even with the shotgun pointed at his head, Dan keeps approaching Cecile, towering over her like a menacing shadow. He doesn't even bother to turn around. Wait a minute, what the hell is this? The sound of muscle tissue ripping closens in like a tidal wave, and the screams for help are soon drawn out by the torrential sounds of raining blood and tearing flesh. Justin! Oh, I see you have a friend here. No wonder you're so organized. That's cheating. Cheating is bad. He has no right to say that. Cecile's confused mind barely squeezes out her last few thoughts. Everything is pointless now. Whatever she does is no use. Dan towers over Cecile, and as he wraps his hands around her head, he speaks to her with a mocking, bone-chilling kindness in his voice. Don't worry, girl. You're next. Ugh. We're back at it again! I love time loops. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. Slowly but surely, he opens his eyes. This ceiling, it looks familiar yet completely strange at the same time. What is this place? Is this heaven? After a short moment of doubt, he realizes how stupid that question actually sounds. How silly. Even if heaven and hell would exist, neither of them would look like this. Also, would there really be a place in heaven for someone this stubborn? Also, didn't he ask this the last time? That leaves only one conclusion. And once again, you're the last one to wake up. A large face hovers over Justin, grinning bitterly. It's Zack. It happened earlier this time. No one got very far. So right now it's morning again. Justin tries to get up, tossing aside the blanket that covers him. This whole thing seems like some sort of zombie game, you know? Only we're playing the zombies. No matter how often we're killed, we always come back. No, it's like any visual novel that has like a loop thing. Like Cross-Channel, the entire Zero Escape series, there's another one and now I'm not remembering the name. You know, time loops. There's a lot of them. Doesn't sound that bad, does it? You could say it's an advantage. We can try over and over again as many times as we like until we get it right. I guess. The thing is, are you sure we have infinite retries? Zack speaks quietly, a pessimistic undertone in his voice. Cecile couldn't handle it anymore. It all became too much for her. Who knows which one of us is next? Wait a minute, what's that about Cecile? Justin looks around the room, only now noticing that Cecile is nowhere to be seen. Seeing my gruesome death must have gotten to her emotionally. Let's give her the time she needs and leave her alone for a while. She hasn't spoken a single word yet. I wonder if some of this was a mistake on Yasmin's part. Zack, I couldn't see too clearly at that moment. What happened to you that affected Cecile like that? Just do me a favor, please don't make me remember it. I want to erase that from my memory. I was powerless, like a coward. I was kicked around, beaten, turned up. I don't want to relive any of that ever again. I understand. Sounds like hell. Enough about that, let's just skip that topic. So, what about the parts I wasn't around to witness? What happened afterwards? After you died, those creatures came rushing through the door. They barged into the room like a shifting mass of putrid flesh. The shots bounced right off his back and he took the shotgun from me. The others didn't manage to get very far. The flesh-like mass threw me onto the desk, but I saw them strutting out of the room, out of the corner of my eye, carrying both Quinn and Liam's unconscious bodies. So you didn't manage to catch up to them? Hard to do that with a broken neck, buddy. My head was barely hanging on. Dan didn't bother with me at all after that. It was either his overblown confidence, or maybe he just didn't want to waste his time on me. I just lay there as I lost the feeling in my limbs little by little. That's when those things came to leak up my blood. My neck was broken, but I didn't have many open wounds, so there wasn't all that much of it. So they just left you there to die? Nah, they crushed my body. Dropped around it, stepped on it, they squished out every single drop of blood inside of me. Freaky. It didn't hurt really, my whole body had turned numb at that point. But I could still see everything. I watched as they towered over me, squeezing my body so hard that my intestines burst. I wish I'd passed out a lot sooner. My honest reaction to that? You're right, there's a limit to how often we can endure this. I'm sorry, Justin. What a mess. Let's be real, if we keep doing things the same way, we don't stand a chance against Dan, do we? We can't take him head on, and it'll take more than a few simple tricks and traps to win this fight. Also, now we know for sure that those creatures are on his side. Yeah, one more piece of the puzzle that remains unexplained. Looks like no matter who stole the artifact, we can't get past Dan. If we don't come up with a solution, we won't even survive until the afternoon. Right, but what can we do? Everywhere we go, he shows up with those creatures in tow and murders us. He's always one step ahead, ruining every plan we come up with. I never thought he'd have this kind of power. There's no way we can take him on with that little arsenal of ours. He knows everything about our equipment. Our weapons don't seem to face him one bit. My shotgun blast to his back should have provoked some kind of reaction at least, even if they were non-lethal rounds. Instead, he didn't even bother turning around. And all of that happened while Cecile's taser wires were still hanging off of his body. Yeah, it's no use. The guy looked like he was enjoying a warm shower, not like he'd been electrocuted and shot at. I guess this is the end of the line for us. There is another way. Oh, Cecile, are you feeling better? Next time, just run away. Can you do that? Hey, you mean you want me to leave you guys alone? I can't have you fending him off all by yourself. I know I'm not a real match for him, but at least I can buy you some time, you know? Also, I said, can you do that? Yeah, yeah, got it. I can do that. Good. I've never seen her look so determined. Where did this sudden fighting spirit come from? Why are you asking me? She's right there. Cecile, it sounds like you have a plan. You come up with something? Yes, I think there is a way to keep Dan from interfering. Really? How? By doing nothing. Look, Cecile, I'm sorry I didn't consider your feelings before. I apologize, but that's not a plan. It is. I gave it a lot of thought while I was alone. After he injured Zack, Dan seemed almost ecstatic. He said something very interesting at that point. Come on, I'm only picking up what's mine from those two lovebirds. Why is it so hard for you to stay out of this? I mean, so wasteful with things I don't even understand. Although that thing only has a few fragments left, a complete recovery would make time travel a child's play. It is the sole reason for my existence. If you tamper with it, I will come back through time and kill you, over and over again. Accept that and stay away from me. 3 years ago, back when Liam and Quinn were still in junior high together, a strange illness broke out of their school. During their quarantine, both of them were exposed to a strange orb of light that drained them of their physical strength and made them collapse. An unordinary experience. You don't exactly run into strange orbs of light that drain you on a daily basis. So, judging by what Dan said, the two of them somehow absorbed a small part of this orb. That's right, and when we take that into consideration, their involvement begins to make sense. So, according to Dan, this orb, this light, somehow enables time travel. I hate to admit it, but I can't even say I'm surprised. He always seemed to be going by a script, knowing exactly what was going to happen as he toyed with us. Time travel, huh? So he borrowed some of his abilities. And as long as he isn't fully satisfied with the way things are, he can always come back to this point in time and confront us. Exactly, that's why it's possible for two Dans to be active here at the same time. Even though the body at this point in time has Zack's soul inside it, the real Dan has no need to worry about that at all if the time travel method on the other side doesn't rely on the same kind of mental replacements. Which means he came back with his own body. But even so, is it really okay to just kill your past self? He didn't hesitate for a second. I don't even want to think about that. Something is seriously wrong with that guy's brain. I completely lost track. So many strange things have been happening, and now there's all this talk about bending time. My thoughts are all over the place. You're right. Forget my ramblings about time travel. After all we've seen and those creatures we face, I am a fool for even bothering with physics and logic. Justin lets out a frustrated sigh while Cecile extends her hand towards him. I agree with you, but why do you want us to do nothing? I mean, what does nothing mean? I doubt a group sleepover at home will solve the problem. Well, I come up with my own little theories. Let me explain. Their ignorance torn apart the door, shattered it to pieces. It took 3 whole years to make it usable again. There won't be another 3 years if we fail this time. That's why I've come back here to make sure the plan comes to fruition, regardless of whether you or anyone else interferes. You understand now, don't you? During our last 2 attempts, we obviously caused some sort of disturbance, something that irritated him enough to come finish us off. So you're saying even if we die, anything is better than getting more involved in this whole mess at the school. He recognizes Zack and he remembers you. You've only known Dan for a short time. In other words, he knows we're not who we're supposed to be at this point in time. If you've experienced time travel yourself, it's probably not hard to understand what's going on. Even if we don't understand the principle, the fact that we travel in time is obvious. So basically, as long as he keeps countering and attacking us, he can keep things moving in the directions he wants them to. That means the only time he's not around is when nothing unusual is happening, meaning things are going according to his expectations. That's it. I hope we can keep up the act. Feigning normalcy is our new approach. So we're abandoning all our previous plans. I'm starting to feel really useless out of a sudden. I think as long as we trust our own judgment, we're doing the right thing here. But what happens after that? That's surely not the scenario that the voice took over Jasmine wanted. The voice of that voice that took over Jasmine wanted, right? And this time he is actually Zack already. So can we really continue to feign normalcy? Yes, I have another idea. Seal suddenly grabs Zack's shoulder. He raises her hair slightly. Her hair is overflowing with determination. The look on her face may seem real, but Justin's keen eyes can tell that it's forced. Still, he's merely trying to keep up morale. However, he doesn't say anything, as he doesn't want to undermine Cecile's plan. It's a big risk, but it's the only way we'll stand a chance against that without having to worry about his terrible strength. This is where we'll have our big showdown with him. We'll see this mess through the end. I'm sorry, I know this may be hard on you, but please be strong for us. None of us can do this alone. I'm asking a lot of you, Zack. Will you trust me? She's back to her old self, her hands clasped behind her back, shy and silent. Even though he can only guess what Cecile's plan is, a strange calm washes over him. Zack steps closer towards her, and the three of them form a circle. Justin repeats Zack's words in his mind. I'm with you. I'll follow you until the end. He is convinced Zack will soon have to remind himself of those words. Boy. The time loops. It is Wednesday, and we're on time, actually. So let's save. Well, the game auto-save also, but that's gonna be everything for today. Oh god, my back. Oh god, my shoulders. Oh god, my nose. Why am I so ill and suffering? Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Anyway, time loops. I guess we're gonna be stuck in a time loop for a while. That's cool. It's always time loops with me. It's like games with time loops just follow me. I'd be like that. Anyway, thank you for being here. Tomorrow we're probably gonna do some Setcillion runs because I'm on Act 2 and I wanna get to Act 3, whatever. No, wait, we're on Act 3. So I wanna see what the fuck happens. Yeah, no, we're on Act 3, technically. Yeah, and I wanna see how that goes. So, yeah, we're doing that tomorrow. And, well, time loops. We'll see how this one works out. We'll see how that goes. Oh boy. Oh boy, why do we have to get killed so much? Oh well. Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. A good, start to the week, because it's the start of the week. And I'll see you tomorrow for some Setcillion runs. Hopefully maybe one where I win. Again. Because I did so twice. Sad. And then it didn't go so well. Yeah. Bye everyone!